And I went home very depressed because it wasn't even close to Connie. And she has inspired us at PayPal, and I know inspired so many of you that are here and so many of you that are watching. It's hard to imagine that it's been 30 years that AEO has been around, counseling, helping, funding capital, getting resources to underserved communities, to minority-owned businesses, and they do an incredible job. And when we were thinking about how could we make a difference in the aftermath of the anger and frustration and despair and resignation by so many that came post the death of George Floyd, that we knew we wanted to get involved and that we wanted to do something that would be more than just a moment in time, but be a movement over time. And so we really thought that we would make a very strong commitment of $535 million to close or do our part to help close the racial wealth gap, which, as all of you know, is the same today as it was back in the 1960s at the height of the last civil rights movement. And so clearly we have a lot of work to do together to make that happen. But we were also right in the midst of the pandemic. And we were seeing that a bit over 40% of Black-owned small businesses were going out of business. That was twice the national average. And the reason for that, more than anything else, was access to capital. And so we looked at the $535 million, and we decided that we would give $15 million of grants, not loans, outright grants, to Black-owned small business entrepreneurs, people who had founded the companies, who desperately needed that access to capital. But we couldn't do it by ourselves. We had to figure out who could we partner with, who knew those communities on the ground, so that we could deliver not just money, but training and resources. And we set a goal of funding maybe 1,000 small business owners. We wound up doing about 1,400. We opened it up for applications within, I think, the first day. We got something like 15,000, and within 2 days, 60,000 business owners had applied for those grants. And Connie and her team, working with our team, sorted that, and we came out with 1,400. And we had hoped that 70% of them would still be within business within a one-year time frame. As it turns out, 99% of those owners are still in business today. And it just goes to show the power of being able to put resources in the right place at the right time with the right surround sound around it, with training and the ability to access tools and resources, and it makes a real difference. And I firmly believe that the public and private sector, the nonprofits of this world, the NGOs, we need to work together. We have so many issues to solve. In case any of you are looking out there and wondering what kind of world is it, it's a difficult world out there right now. And I fear that it's more and more divisive. But these kinds of partnerships, they make a difference. And as large as the problems may be, it does not excuse any of us from taking whatever small step we can to help address them and make change. So thank you very much for being here. It is my honor to be here with you. I want to thank Connie and AEO again for everything they do. And we are going to start with the first fireside chat. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back. I guess you should say that to me, right? It's like, welcome back. It is such a pleasure to be here to have this chat with not only our wonderful chairperson, Dan Schulman, but now I think she probably needs no introduction, but we are excited to have the administrator from the SBA, Administrator Gusman.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a pleasure.
Madam Administrator, we just heard a little bit from Dan kind of giving a framing of PayPal and its partnership with AEO. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the new SBA under your leadership?
Well, thank you, Connie. Thanks for inviting me to be here. This is an exciting conversation, Dan. It's great to connect with you again as well. You know, the SBA is about delivering the promise of the American dream of business ownership to more Americans. And of course, the Biden-Harris administration is really committed to making sure we do that inclusively, that we focus on equity. You know, the SBA provides the critical elements for small business success so that more Americans can start and grow and build resilient businesses and, you know, survive in resilient communities as well, since we have a key role to play in disasters. You know, we really focus on funding. I think that's capital is such a critical part of a small business success. We focus on market access, revenue growth opportunities, and especially now, we know that small businesses need strong balance sheets to succeed during these economic headwinds of the COVID-impacted economy. And then, of course, networks, which brings us to the partnership with the AEO. AEO is, has been such a critical partner in making sure that the SBA can rise to the level of serving the businesses across the country. Now, over 33 million small businesses across the country, including those 5.4 million new businesses that just started last year, highest rate of growth for small businesses in history, 20% growth. And so with the SBA's programs, we're looking to transform them. We've moved past COVID relief. In the president's first year, we put out $500 billion in relief funds to small businesses through PPP and EIDL, as well as the restaurant program and shuttered venues and other high-impact grant programs. But now we're looking towards transforming our products so that we can meet customers where they are, create a better customer experience, leverage technology, and focus on equity so that we can serve our small businesses in the changing face of entrepreneurship, which we know it's women and people of color starting at the highest rate. So excited for this conversation.
Well, I appreciate that opening framework, and we'll have a chance to dig deeper into some of these subjects later, just a little bit later. Dan, as you were saying, in 2020, as part of PayPal's $535 million commitment to racial equity and closing the racial wealth gap, we started this amazing partnership to provide grants to Black-owned businesses. It's really had a major impact on AEO, of course, on the businesses that we were able to reach. Share with us the impact and learning that you've gained from not only our partnership, but this huge commitment that PayPal has made.
Yeah, we've always tried to be a company that has a set of values and a mission, and I think when you have those values, and our value is how do we create a more inclusive economy for everyone, not just the affluent. Values mean nothing if you don't act on them.
Right.
They're just propaganda on a wall. I think probably should have no values if you don't act on them, as opposed to just values on a wall. We had withdrawn from North Carolina when they passed the bathroom bill because we felt like it discriminated against people for their sexual orientation or sexual identity. And then there was one, we live in a culturally charged world. There's one thing after another that you need to think about and thoughtfully decide where do you make a stand and what do you do. But post the summer, and the killing of George Floyd, there was such a torrent of emotion that swept through PayPal, like nothing I had ever seen before, and was sweeping through our country as well. And as I mentioned on stage, there was a lot of anger, there was a lot of frustration, there was a lot of despair. And I spoke to a lot of black leaders across the country, and I think it was Reverend Barber who said to me, do not do something that creates a moment in time, but do something that creates a movement over time. And because there's been no progress over 50 years, really, in closing the racial wealth gap. And we were going to give like $1 or $2 million to, really great organizations like AEO and others who work so hard on the ground to make a real difference in communities. But then I realized it just wasn't enough. That was not going to make even the slightest bit of difference in the overall picture. And that's where we really decided we were going to commit $535 million, some directly into grants, some into venture capitalists that support Black and Latinx entrepreneurs, because there's a dearth of funding to those entrepreneurs, some into community banks. I think Bill Bynum is here at Hope, where we put, he called me and said, hey, this is a time where I could use some of a partnership with you, and I think we made a real difference there. And so we have not only talked about that commitment, we fully deployed all $535 million now, and we are measuring.
You're going to have to wait for an applause for that. Not all the commitments have come close to doing that, so I hated to interrupt, but I needed to interrupt that one.
Yeah. So, and we're trying to measure everything, just to learn from it and publish it, because some things will be successful. And like our partnership obviously was a home run, but others aren't as successful. And I think everybody should learn from and be very transparent. That I think is a really important element of this.
The measurement of the impact is so powerful and so important. We were able to follow up with the PayPal awardees, some of who are in the room, some you'll see. Yay! Yes, hello. We were able to follow up a year later with over 1,000 of those businesses. And after 1 year, we're very proud to say that 99% are still in business. For those, for a smaller group, under 300 or so, who when at the time that the first round had been through for a year, they had just completed 6 months after the grant, and 97% were still in business. So either way, those numbers are astounding. We learned a lot at AEO, and I know PayPal is using those learnings to do ongoing work through your grants program. So again, very exciting, very exciting. It's been 2 years since PayPal announced, I guess basically, right, 2 years almost, since PayPal announced that. Are there some other impacts you're seeing?
Well, Bill and I were just talking this morning. We were, credit unions, banks, they need a certain capital requirement to do loans, and so we were able to infuse a certain amount into Hope, and then they got matching, and then they're able to do, I think this morning, Bill told me, $1 billion worth of loans and grants to underserved communities. So just that was an infusion that spurred other people to do more. The government matched a lot of things as well, and the multiplication of that as it goes out into the communities that so desperately need this access to capital is tremendous. And I think, we also do a lot of working capital loans to small businesses. We're one of the top 5 providers of working capital to small businesses in the country. We've done billions and billions over time. And what's really interesting is that 70% of our working capital loans go to the 10% of counties where banks have closed, where 10 banks or more have closed branches. And what happens is banks close branches in neighborhoods that have a median income under the national average, which makes sense because they need a certain amount of deposits for those bank branches to be profitable. But what happens is you get banking deserts in these communities that desperately need access to capital. And when you can do things digitally, as Administrator Guzman was saying, you can change the way that capital flows. And the most interesting thing to me about that stat is that those small businesses who got that working capital, their average sales went up by 22% versus the control group that went up by 1% to 2%.
Wow.
So they just needed access to capital to grow their business. And as you were saying, which I agree so completely, small businesses are the backbone of these communities. That is what enables them to thrive. And if a sole proprietor sees their business go up by 22%, they can hire an additional person, or they have more financial health inside their own household. And I think these are so important to the strength of not just communities, but our economy and our democracy. And so I think really this couldn't be more important, the work that all of us are doing.
You both have mentioned the real need of capital access. In my opening remarks, I talked about AEO's foundational work really was in public policy. We actually were on the ground and helped to actually pass the act that created the SBA Microcredit Loan Fund. And so this is a historic moment to have you here, Madam Administrator. Kind of 30 years later,
right.
In 1990-91, when the microloan credit program came to the SBA, it's been one of the programs that had the highest rate of reaching African Americans in the communities. And so I think part of what this lesson right now is telling us about the real need to have a wide capital ecosystem, right, for entrepreneurs. We still need banks. We need them to start doing more work with us, but we still need banks. We need the SBA to continue with innovative and capital programs. And we need fintech. We need corporations who are able to use their technology and the right set of values, as you have, to actually get more and more capital into the marketplace. A question to both of you. There clearly has been a swift acceleration of digital commerce that included all of our grant program and funding to entrepreneurs. But that whole, again, digital commerce is really, really fastly moving throughout the country. How has PayPal and the Small Business Administration empowered small businesses in this transformation? And how do we ensure that entrepreneurs are able to keep up and not be left behind as digital commerce, technology, and commerce just continue to take off in rapid speed? Administrator, you might start.
Yeah, well, we definitely see that small businesses, it's not only the changing face of entrepreneurship, but they're also changing in terms of the challenges they're having to deal with, the markets that they're having to navigate. And clearly, during the pandemic, we saw huge growths in adoption of technology and a movement to online sales and e-commerce. There was 10 years of growth in the first quarter of 2021, wow, as an example, in e-commerce. And so, it's really critical that our small businesses get the network support. SBA powers a network of over 1,600 centers across the country that work with small businesses on technical assistance. And, we seek to expand that within our Women's Business Center program. We've grown to every state in the country, the first time ever. And not only that, and I know you have an incredible awardee later this evening from my team, but we, Natalie Madera-Cofield, yes, who has really led in this space for women entrepreneurship, and we've increased by 3x our presence on HBCUs within our Women's Business Center network. And so those things are, that's right. We've expanded the amount of network that we have within the Native American community, as well as the veteran community, and really focusing on doubling down to make sure that our diverse founders who are leading entrepreneurship rates can have the resources they need. So we launched an important partnership because I think this moment, if we're taking advantage of this moment and building up that momentum to last, we need to leverage the interest of corporate America, and especially good actors like PayPal who want to help support small businesses. So we launched the Small Business Digital Alliance that PayPal was a founding member of, to ensure that we get the tools and resources into the hands of more small businesses. So far, we've reached over 1.2 million small businesses through this network, and we have over 200 tools and resources online for businesses to work in 11 different areas, from e-commerce and payments to as well operations and staffing issues, using technology to level up your business. We don't want our businesses to fall behind, and we want to make sure that there's equity in that process. And so I think getting creative with the types of partnerships that we launch. SBA is built on private partnerships, our lending programs, our networks. It's all about the public-private relationship. We match and build and reduce risk in the ecosystem to support our external partners, to support small businesses. So I'm very excited about the digital alliance and making sure businesses can compete. And especially now when I meet with small businesses, it's about how can I immediately increase my revenues today to deal with these inflationary pressures, to deal with all the economic challenges that they have, and honestly leveraging some of the tools online through social media to leverage advertising and others to draw people back in is one of the most immediate impactful tools. So we want to train those businesses to be able to leverage those tools.
Great. Dan, as you're about to answer the question, I want to make sure our audience knows that although we keep talking about the grant program, the $535 million commitment you made, what people may not know is that when Dan and PayPal came to AEO to work on a partnership, not only was it about the grant program, they didn't stop there. With their help, we were able to work with MasterCard and Guidehouse and Deloitte and others Facebook that you brought to the table to AEO to actually help us develop a first world-class technology platform to provide trusted guidance. What some people in our industry call technical assistance. I've never met an entrepreneur who knows what technical assistance is, right? And so AEO prefers to use the term trusted guidance. But being able to do that, people can't get to our member organizations and to the agencies across the country, even to the SBA office. And we were able, with those incredible corporations, to really design what we call a Resili platform, where we're now able to provide that kind of technology to entrepreneurs and really help them work with their business, in their business, from wherever they want to digitally. So I understand that, again, as a technology company, that was common sense to you, following up on your values. But tell us how you think we should move forward in making sure in this world of rapid technical commerce, we don't leave our businesses behind.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think the examples that both of you just gave are such powerful examples of public-private, nonprofit partnership. It's so powerful when it works. And I think it's something we should really all push, because I don't think any of us alone would be as successful as we are in addressing the issues that we care deeply about if we weren't partnering together. And so I have to say, to Administrator Guzman, I know we're post-pandemic and, we're like maybe we are, but what PPP did and the amount of effort you and others there put into that program was nothing short of amazing and transformational for the country. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
we're proud to be a part of that in a small way, but I know how hard you worked on that. And
to ensure it got into the hands of the businesses that may not have gotten it initially.
Exactly. It was amazing. And I think the point about digitization is so important because most small business owners start with a shop in their town. And they have a certain market that they're serving, and there's, people love that place, there's word of mouth, and people come into the store. The pandemic really showed, though, that, you can expand your market dramatically by going online. And while the economy in like the second quarter of 2020 was growing at -9%, small businesses that were doing e-commerce, that had opened their market, I can only see it on the PayPal platform, but in general, were growing at 24%. So think about that as sort of it's such a stark difference. And those who use PayPal, which is a surrogate for e-commerce, about 80% of those small businesses, as opposed to less than 10%, do cross-border sales as well. So they're not just opening their market to their, to their county or their state or the country, but even to the world. And so the advantages of that are gigantic. But to the points that we're making and the alliances we're creating, understanding how to do that, understanding how to advertise digitally, how to set up your website, how to take payments safely and securely, how to ship, how to service, how to get returns, how to issue refunds, all of that, takes a lot of education and a lot of work, but the payoff is immense. And to the administrator's comments, we will fall behind. As a country, small businesses will fall behind if they can't move into the digital economy.
Yeah, as I said in our opening remarks, AEO plans to change that because there's just so much potential, so much great potential out there. And so we have to be able to get more resources to close the digital divide for entrepreneurship. Administrator, one of the great things that I think you first did when you came into office was to reconvene the Council on Underserved Communities. Talk to us a little about why that was so important to you to bring that council back. One of our very own board members at AEO serves on that committee. Veronica Maturino, CEO of our Native American Business Network. So we like to feel like AEO, of course, still has a seat at that table through her representation. So we're really proud of that. But as, again, leaders in microfinance, and since we know that most businesses in this country are micro business, it's really important to talk about underserved businesses and having an AEO board member represented on that council. Share with us some of the vision of why it's important, the work of that committee.
Well, SBA is forever changed as an agency, obviously with having to administer $1.2 trillion in relief over the past 2.5 years. And I've asked my team to pivot and adapt, just like we asked every small business owner to do the same. We need to transform the way we do things and institutionalize some values and some actions that help us to expand in networks. Pre-pandemic, SBA typically does around 60,000 loans a year. Versus through PPP, our portfolio has forever changed. The businesses we engage with is forever changed. We had 11 million PPP loans, 4 million direct COVID EIDL loans, and then plus all our other programs. More smaller entities, more diverse businesses, more women in underserved areas of the country. And the president wants to make sure ideas from everywhere and anywhere can have that opportunity to thrive into sustainable businesses. And so with the Council on Underserved Communities, it allows us to really contemplate where we're headed directionally to better serve those new entrepreneurs that we are now serving at the SBA, that are part of our portfolio and that are part of our networks. We can't do it alone, clearly, why the private partnerships are so important. Very pleased that John Rogers of Ariel Investments is chairing this great committee, and that we're able to really look at the issues of capital access and revenue access through not only procurement opportunities with the federal government or in private supply chains, but also through digital access to markets abroad, especially, and trade in general. And so this council will be really formative in making sure that all communities have a seat at the table as we look to undergo perhaps not so sexy, but really relevant and critical regulatory reform across our capital programs, our lending programs, our investment vehicles. It's SBIR Week, America's Seed Fund Week, our innovation research grants that we help direct across the federal government of $4 billion a year. So all those programs are critical, and we need voices at the table to ensure that they're accessible by all of our entrepreneurs.
I think we have time for one more question. You both have talked about the importance of public-private partnerships. We've seen them work. We've seen some that didn't work so well. But we're now, even in the less than 2 years, we're still in a different economy. We are facing, new headwinds with rising inflation, which is really between rising inflation, and yesterday I spoke on a panel at the State Department about supply chain disruption and what we can do to solve that and help our entrepreneurs address all of these issues. But how can we continue those partnerships that have been proven to really work? How do we make sure, not just in driving capital, but again, against all of the headwinds that are hitting entrepreneurs and our small business owners today, how do we make sure partnerships are conceived well enough to actually make a difference and make change? Talk to us both about that. Dan, you want to kick that off?
Sure. Well, I think you're right. I mean, we are being addressed by so many winds of change, whether it be macroeconomic changes that you mentioned, geopolitical issues from elections to wars, to climate issues, to social issues that are, that were bubbling under the surface and now are, at the surface, whether it be the overturning of Roe v. Wade or many others that we, have employees and customers that feel passionately on all sides of that debate. So I think it's a very, very difficult environment. You mentioned supply chain issues. Those are impacting small businesses, I would say, harder than larger businesses that can, take inventory. They have their own challenges because then they have too much inventory. But I think there's a ton of challenges that all of us face right now. But to your point, I think, where there are challenges, there are always opportunities. And I think this is a place where, you should never let a good crisis go to waste. I think this is a time where people need to say, well, maybe I just can't extrapolate from what was, but I need to reimagine what could be. And I'm incented to go and do that. And I think our partnerships that we have together and partnerships with others, they're not like just partnerships. We're measuring success of small businesses. That success rebounds to us as well. We have more to invest, more to go and do. And so I think we need to be sure that the programs that we are partnering in are actually making a difference. And if they are making a difference, let's double down on them. And if they aren't, let's learn from them, adjust, and figure out what we need to do better on it. But these are programs that we all intend to make a difference. And when they do, those are things where you have a high return on investment.
It's so true in terms of that measurement. I mean, we keep coming back to that concept of We all can think we're doing great work, but unless it's being measured, I mean, who knows? We're wasting people's time, we're wasting money and resources. We have to measure. And so for all the AEO members out there in the audience, remember how important measurement is. And, you know, administrators, you think about bringing your answer to this as we close. Let's also think about in the future how we have to do more in terms of, with the public dollars, how do we help build the capacity of these organizations to do measurement, right? Because that's the other piece of it. We want them to give us good data so we can use that data to learn. But most organizations are so small, they actually don't have the resources to keep good data. We really want to change that. You know, recently AEO invested almost up to $2 million in building a data warehouse. And so how important having that foundation and being able to have the resources, and actually PayPal employees who were seconded to AEO helped us do that. And so it's so important about that metric. But what would be your last words about partnership and what makes a good partner for these times we're facing?
Well, just as small business entrepreneurs have to scale, create strategic alliances or partnerships to reach that scale, the SBA has to do the same. I mean, the government tries to incentivize and create opportunities for the private sector to leverage the SBA and the federal guarantees on our capital markets or our funding on the network side to expand opportunity for our entrepreneurial ecosystems. But we really rely on those private partnerships to continue to build and to scale, to serve all those 33 million small businesses with births and deaths happening every year on top of it. It's an ongoing challenge. We rely on those broader distribution networks to be able to reach small businesses. And it's why we launched the CUC to get those great organizations and leverage them as champions across the ecosystems. It's why we partnered with the D9. It's why we partnered with and launched American Rescue Plan funded Community Navigator pilot program to fund a different type of network at the SBA, now delivering nearly 500 new partners across the country to serve authentically communities and build bridges to communities with cultural competency and language competency. So, we can only do so much at the federal government with the resources that we're allotted, and we hope to continue to see the private sector layer on, and especially in areas that are innovative, like providing grants to small businesses, those small seed dollars that are critical before you can even be financially ready, capital ready to access lending or investments. And so, I think this is the moment that we have to leverage and make sure that the attention that's on small businesses translates into real partnerships with real dollars behind it to ensure that our small businesses can succeed. And I do believe it's an economic imperative from an equity perspective, because the opportunity gaps that exist in our economy, the inefficiencies, because we don't see our Black and brown founders creating jobs or creating revenue growth at the same levels because of those barriers that we need to knock down. That's why we do this work. We do this work and partner because we all have to solve this for our democracy to sustain and for our economy to become more globally competitive. And so that's, for me, I think that the partnerships are foundational. And the government does need to do more. I'm pleased to see the American Rescue Plan fund this 2-year pilot of a community navigator pilot program, but we need to do more, to continue to reach our small businesses and create these local champions, these local experts that can expand our reach.
Values, equity, partnership. Please join me in thanking these wonderful partners to AEO.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
How you doing? Okay, just because we're in the museum doesn't mean you have to be that polite. How are you doing? This is a celebration, 30 years. I want to take a just brief pause to give major kudos to Connie Evans for really turning this organization around, putting it in a new direction, making it relevant well before the death of George Floyd, and people started to use the word racial equity on a regular basis. So if we could, if you're at home or in the audience, just give a round of applause to Connie Evans. I appreciate that. So last year, PayPal, BCG, and Vista Equity Partners came together to launch the Southern Communities Initiative. This is a catalytic consortium to accelerate racial equity funding, programming, and outcomes in 6 Southern communities that are home to more than half of African Americans in ways that are locally led, measured, and sustained. Now that's a lot. And so I'm thrilled to have Franz and Joe with us talk about what is going to happen with this big, audacious goal. But before we talk about success and what does that look like, tell us what is SCI and why each of you are a part of it. And why don't we start with you, Joe?
Well, SCI, thank you, Melissa. SCI is a consortium, as you just said, of PayPal, Boston Consulting Group, BCG, and Vista Vista Equity Partners, to really help make a difference in 6 southern communities: Birmingham, Memphis, Charlotte, Greater New Orleans, Atlanta, Houston.
Got it.
And these 3 leaders, Dan, my CEO, Rich Lesser, and Robert, decided on 4 key priorities. One is minority business entrepreneurship and supplier diversity. In other words, supporting those organizations through corporations, access to capital, and digital, so supporting the digital divide, and then education and workforce development. And what we're trying to do, and you can add if you want, Franz, is really make a difference in a number of ways. One, of course, is help channel and funnel capital to organizations in these communities that are working together to make a difference. The other is to be a convening organization for each of these cities, actually sharing best practices and learnings. I actually was in Charlotte yesterday, and it was very powerful to see the leader, Janet Labar, there. She's brought together a group of folks, and she's on the phone every 2 weeks with people from Birmingham, Houston, sharing learnings and challenges, which for her was a big shift. As well as, of course, and I think I heard Dan say something about measuring everything. You know, we're helping create metrics to identify how each of these cities are doing on the outcomes. And then something that Charlotte was very excited about, you could see yesterday, is actually making sure we amplify and help amplify the progress in these communities on the national stage.
Sure.
That's what we're after.
Yeah. So as you talk about your role, you know, PayPal is a global company, so I'd love to hear kind of your interpretation of SCI, and what does it mean for PayPal to go so local?
Yeah. So maybe I'll go back to some of the roots of how SCI developed, because it really it speaks to what Dan said earlier about how we make sure that we don't have moments, but we have a movement. Around the period George Floyd and in the deep part of the pandemic, there was a huge amount of focus and energy that came from a lot of companies around the country to start investing in closing the racial wealth gap, to contributing to different causes. A lot of statements were made, a lot of commitments were made. And as we got further into it, it became clear that we had to really be sure that this money doesn't fall on the floor, that this money goes to where it's needed. And in conversations that Robert and Rich and Dan had, I think it was Robert who first raised the point that there are parts of this country that have the highest percentage of vulnerable Black communities, and the money's needed there most. And so if you're going to make a real difference, and you have this moment that's opening up into a movement, we hope, where a lot of companies and institutions are getting ready to invest or are making commitments, let's make sure that money gets to the communities that need it most in ways that they actually need. So it's not symbolic, but it actually gets to the infrastructure and to the systemic issues that have led to such inequality and such inequity. And so we took a lot of the learnings that a number of us who were focused on this, on making these commitments real. And so this has to be public-private partnership.
Yep.
This has to be community-based. We've got to work with community organizations like AEO and the consortium of nonprofits that AEO works with, and make sure that we're connected in these communities so that when dollars come in, it comes into a platform. SCI is essentially a working platform that connects funding and sources of contribution to nonprofits and organizations that can put the money to work in communities and make a real difference. And sometimes it's infrastructure, technological infrastructure, sometimes it's education, sometimes it might be healthcare equity. And so that was the goal, and we're continuing to build out and try to grow the group of companies that are involved, the group of nonprofits that are involved. Sure. BCG has been incredible building out infrastructure and contributing so much intellectual firepower into how this is constructed. And of course, Robert Smith and Vista and Ami Desai and that team have just been inspirational in bringing so many of their contacts and their history of doing good in the community into play. So we feel very fortunate to be part of this, and we're trying to do the best we can to bring what we've learned through making our commitments into this work.
Sure. So the panel is titled Racial Equity Through the Lens of Allies. What does allyship mean to each of you?
You want me to go first? You go. Well,
might as well.
I'll go. Well, actually, I like that question. No, I'm not trying to promote something, but I'm trying to write a book right now on leading with care and compassion, the power of leading with care. And one of the chapters is, and it's a long way from being written, so I'm not promoting it. But, one of the chapters is don't be a button-wearing ally, but actually be an action ally. Because so many people put on the button during Pride Month, Black History Month, and I care. Okay, do you really? And are you doing anything? And one of my colleagues once said to me while I was running North America, well, Joe, you're an action ally. And I said, well, what does that mean? And so I actually done a little research, and I think so the first not very good ally is the button. That's okay, but and then the next one is, well, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I know your situation, and let me tell you the 3 things you need to do. As one of my black colleagues said to me, I don't need someone to tell me what it's like to be black. And so
amen to that.
I know. It's an obvious statement, but I think a lot of people forget it. More importantly, what I think it means to be an ally, and I'll actually equate this to companies in a minute too, is someone who really listens, is empathetic, of course has to care really, but then is working, as someone said to me, don't just even be an accomplice, be a co-conspirator with me.
Right.
To actually make a difference and be there when it gets hard for me, not when it's not. And really, at the end of the day, empower and enable me to learn and to have opportunities so that I can make a difference. So that's what it means to me. And as I look back at how different allies behave, and there's a very powerful story I'll tell. That's a woman at BCG told me. She was in a meeting, her and a white male, and they're about to present the work, and the client said, okay, well, will you take the notes? To the partner, who was a woman in the meeting. And the man said, no, she has all the content, I'll take the notes. And Michelle it was interesting because you could see the audience, like 4 or 5 guys. One guy was like aghast, the other one missed it, and 2 could see, oh, he actually just empowered her. And when she went to tell him afterwards, well, thank you for doing it, I said, well, what did I do? You have the content, I took the notes. She said, that is a real ally. Right. He was right there for me. And I think the same goes, after it's even more obvious, and you said it too, on the word infrastructure. In the Charlotte visit, it's one thing for companies to write a big check and say, hey, go buy a bunch of laptops and give them to the kids. Okay, but how do we get them to the kids? And how do we teach the kids? Right. And how, so really, even organizations have to, and this came so clear in Charlotte yesterday, actually, some of the money's got to go to building teams, building infrastructure. I mean, Connie talked about someone helped build, I know, it's really, Connie talked about someone helped build the IT system for us.
Right.
I mean, there is, and I know, especially in these underinvested communities, a lot of those who are trying to help just don't have the marketing, the communications, the computers.
That's right.
So people can't even access them.
Right.
So I think even in the business world, the real ally is actually enabling and empowering, not just doing for you. So,
for those of us in the nonprofit community, we know those are general operating expenses that nobody ever wants to pay for. So yes.
No, someone's got to pay.
Right.
Sorry, Franz.
What about you, Franz? What does ally mean?
So I love all of that. I guess maybe I'd add that I think it involves humility and listening and learning, so that you can truly be in the work together doing what's useful. And I think, and we learned a lot about that, and some of my teammates are here too. I can't see everybody, but our team, during this period after George Floyd, we were very humbled. I mean, Dan and our leadership team, we all agreed we need to really do our part.
Yep.
Like, what can PayPal do that's distinctive, that really draws on our capabilities, draws on our people, our employees and all their skills who wanted to be involved? How could we be a good partner to the nonprofits we work with? How could we really serve our customers and our communities? But also, how could we really get at, we understood that we had a role to play in closing the racial wealth gap and getting at systemic racism that was leading to so much inequity. But we had to sort of take a breath and really dig in.
Yeah.
And so we listened. We listened to people like Bill Bynum. We listened to Connie. We listened to the Reverend Barber, as Dan said, and others. And we spoke with our colleagues, with our Black community, our ERG, and we really spread our wings pretty far to really quickly, but far, to really learn. And what we determined was that to play a meaningful role in this work, we had to think about some very visceral, real-time needs, the grants that Dan spoke about. I mean, Black-owned small businesses were collapsing at twice the rate of white businesses during the pandemic. So the first thing we came to AEO, and we partnered with AEO, and we got grants out. The second thing is we wanted to support the community organizations who are sustaining small businesses, because we know something about small businesses and we can contribute. And we know how to get money and access to capital and technical support, as Connie said. Yep. We know something about that too. Yeah. So we partnered with a group of nonprofits, with 20 of them all over the country in sort of the highest need areas, to support them with grants, to provide employees who could help serve as mentors and volunteers. And then we looked at how we could invest our capital and our resources, because we thought that long term that was going to be part of the solution. Like, sure. How do you really move the needle? So we went out and we sought out really hundreds of Black and Latinx owned venture funds and startups, and we ended up investing $100 million in 20 or so venture funds, which over time we think are going to really make a difference in creating wealth in the Black community. And then we looked at how we could use our capital, and how we could deposit funds, place capital with places like the Hope Financial, the credit union, with Optus Bank, with other institutions all around the country, where we could enable them to do more in their communities. And again, that sense of there's so much that we can do, but we also need to enable others, as Joe was saying, and also learn as we go, because we're not in this short term. Well, we have to be thinking about what are we going to do next year, and the year after, and the year after, and the year after.
Yeah. So I know there's a lot of corporate people watching and maybe in the room. You have 3 best-in-class organizations coming together, which I'm sure was not easy. We know that lots of people made commitments, but less than half of them were met. What advice do you have for the corporations out there who either made a commitment and didn't follow through, or are still sitting on the sideline trying to figure out what they should do? What's your best advice to them to try to do something at scale?
Yeah. Well, you can call this fellow here. No, I mean, I think...
we'll both have an answer.
Yeah. I think that we are going out. We're doing a lot of outreach right now to encourage companies that have outstanding commitments and want to really put them to work. Because in some cases, it's just where do we go to have the highest impact? How do we partner? How do we be sure this is meaningful? And that it's not just symbolic. And I think that the focus that's been brought on corporate contributions and corporate commitments is healthy, because I think most companies want their commitments to do something meaningful. So SCI is one platform that will enable us to work with companies to help focus the funding and the resources. But I also think that meaningful partnerships with nonprofits who are community-based, have a record of performance and achievement in communities, is another way in your headquarters region or in the regions where your customers serve to really connect into communities and to partner with the nonprofit sector. And also, I think, as was mentioned at the panel before, there's a lot of work to be done between the public sector and the private sector, and to leverage corporate contributions against public sector contributions so that things can happen in cities. A lot happens at the city level, at the state level, and also globally, of course. So that would be my first answer to that. But I know BCG is advising thousands of companies on this question.
Yeah, it's a good change that actually companies are asking, what do we do?
Good.
Let me actually start that question with, I don't know, it was 12 years ago, I was speaking at ELC about my journey, and it was a room of black executives. And I won't talk about my speech where I dropped my papers and was nervous as the dickens. But what was interesting there in that room, every black executive was saying that the business community now has to take the lead. And this is during Obama's presidency, not the other guy. So, and you have to, the government's not doing anymore, the churches aren't enough, the nonprofits are struggling. And that was very powerful to me, if I think of moments that moved me. And so I think just one thing the business have to remember, we have to stay in the lead, you have to stay in the lead, you can't give up. It is a movement. Then I would just, a couple of things quickly. All businesses like goals and metrics and targets, and a lot of people like to say what exactly happened to my money. But I think people have to remember it's patient and sustained capital that's needed, not the one-day money. You all know this. But it's so critical. And I will repeat, because I don't think it's something the way the businesses think. You actually have to help build the infrastructure and the capabilities, not just get the laptops to the kids. That's important too, but it'll get there. So, I just continue to care, stay in the game, be patient, and help build the infrastructure is what I would say. And I think help build the infrastructure is not what a lot of companies think. They want to donate and then know what happened.
Sure. And then they wonder why things don't move fast enough, and it's because there's been an underinvestment of what it takes to move money. I mean, PayPal knows you can't just throw it out there and assume it's going to land in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd add one other thing, and this has been part of our learning journey too. Involve your employees, engage your employees, be open with the people who are working in the company about what your aspirations are and commitments for your social impact work, for your public policy work and public affairs. And there's a huge amount of talent inside every company, and people are passionate and they want to connect to the mission of the company, and they want to get involved. And we have, I think last year, 80% of our employees volunteered in some way, virtually or in communities, and a lot of it is skills-based volunteer, where they can mentor an entrepreneur, get involved with a small business. I think for all companies that bring their employees into the frame that way, it generates a lot of energy, and there's an accountability that comes in that community bond inside a mission-driven community.
And I think there's several research that says it's a competitive advantage, right, to actually have your employees engage in activities that have personal meaning to them. As time is winding down, I would like to ask each of you, what does success look like for each of your organizations, and what is it going to look like in those 6 Southern communities?
I think success looks like it continues to be a movement and not a moment. You just got to say that, because climate's a big deal, and I can already feel the climate tsunami, which is important. So I think we all have to stay the course. So for BCG, in particular in SCI, the success will be to continue to help drive these cities, that we continue to be engaged there, and that the cities are actually building the infrastructure, the organizations, not the cities, and then we see the outcomes. But really staying the course will be, I hate to say that's success, but that worries me, to be honest.
Look, I think this is a long road. I think success is when we can actually see progress in starting to close the inequitable gaps, the racial wealth gap, gender wealth gaps, where we can, as a country, feel that we actually are making sustained progress, and it's not one step forward and 4 steps back, and that when we have the natural economic downturns that we're going to have, or the natural crises, that whether it's climate change, whether it's other forms of crises, that it doesn't, that the effects on vulnerable communities are not so devastating that when we can anticipate who's going to be most hurt by these kinds of events, what can we do to build resilience? What can we do to build financial health? What can we do to help families and communities be ready for all that's ahead? I think that starts to feel like a pathway towards success.
Sure, sure. Well, I want to commend you both. I know Vista is not here, but I want to commend the three of you all coming together. It has been rare that we have had such a high level of commitment to a region that many, as an African American, can speak to our history, to our journey, to positive things, but lately and often overlooked and misunderstood. So we commend you and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, we get a photo. All right, here we go.
Good morning, everyone. Again, we're going to switch it up a little bit. Right now, we'll have some slides as well as some talking. So there's nothing like switching it up. I can't catch a break. This is the third time I have had to follow a Melissa Bradley panel. They're always so very good. So anyway, again, good morning, everyone. You know, we've just heard it's critically important for people to have allies in order for opportunity to take place. Allies that can help people attain financial stability, upward mobility, and economic prosperity. And you know, I've worked with thousands of entrepreneurs in my careers, and I've watched their successes, and I've supported them through their challenges. And many of them had allies, but many of them did not. Too many of them did not. And one of those was my father, and I want to say that this work that we do at Kauffman, the work that we do in entrepreneurship, the work that we're all doing is very, very personal to me. My father was a dark-skinned black man who was from rural North Carolina, and he grew up there during Jim Crow. My mother was a black woman born in Newark, New Jersey, not too far from here, and before moving earlier in her life to be raised by her grandmother in rural North Carolina. And together, my parents moved to Los Angeles because back then it was seen as this new frontier for black people. And as I stand here today, I bring both of my parents into this room, who unfortunately passed away before this wonderful establishment was completed and opened. And I just wonder what they would be making of these times that we're living in today, and what is ahead of us in the future. So even at an early age, I recognized the similarities between my urban life and existence in Los Angeles and the rural life of my relatives and friends. Everyone was trying to make a living, everyone was trying to provide for family and start something of their own. But something got in the way of success. If I go back to when I was in 5th grade, my dad used to pick me up after school quite often. And quite often we'd go to a bank, and sometimes it was the same bank. And so finally, one day I just pushed him and said, "Dad, why do we go to so many banks?" And he said, "I'll tell you when you get older." Well, it turns out he was trying to get that first loan to open a chain of convenience stores. And so my dad's barrier to entry was simple. He lived and we lived in the wrong zip code. So we live near a long street that crossed through many kinds of neighborhoods in Los Angeles. And we lived on the south side of this boulevard, just 1 block over. And the life experiences were vastly different than living on the north side. Experiences like credit. He had good credit, he just didn't have credit experience, and so it took him 4 years of being denied, 4 years of hearing no, 4 years of being told you're not good enough. He didn't know about redlining. He didn't know about the banks literally drew lines on a map between those that they would lend to and those that they would not. This is a real estate map, but this is all Los Angeles back in the day, but this is also what banks used and may even be still using today. So 4 years later, luckily, a black-owned bank gave him a loan, which he used to open up a successful convenience store in South Central Los Angeles, just south of the LA Coliseum. By the way, not too far from 27th Street Sweet Potato Bakery. When you go to LA, go. I've been many a Thanksgiving, I've torn those pies up. They're that good. Make sure you go. But his success led him to another loan and a second store. But even with that success, my dad continued to face barriers, not just because of the zip code that we lived in, but because the color of his skin. And his experiences resemble the reality that many Americans still face today. And my family's not unusual. I'm sure there's many of you in this room today that have your version of the boulevard story, of living that 1 block over, that 1 train track over, that 1 county over. At Kaufman, we see these issues very, very clearly. So, America's New Business Plan. Our America's New Business Plan is a 4-part policy roadmap. It was created for this very reason, to rebuild an economy that works for everyone. America's New Business Plan is about removing the barrier so that people like my dad and so many others have the opportunity for success. The reality is that my dad wasn't just a great entrepreneur. He was a great community asset. He created jobs and he gave back. America cannot afford to waste the ideas and energy of even one entrepreneur. Women, rural, Black, and other entrepreneurs of color represent, as I call, the last great untapped asset class in America. And we have no better opportunity than to bring these entrepreneurs out of hiding than ensuring equal participation in rebuilding our infrastructure. American resource, which is our people, is something which I see strong bipartisan support for, but will require making changes so that we have entrepreneur-focused economic development and a prepared workforce. So now, we didn't create America's New Business Plan all by ourselves. So we created it through listening to entrepreneurs, doing a lot of listening, and to listening to those in the workforce, in national surveys, through reviewing policy plans that were in motion from national, state, and locally focused organizations, and through our own research and our lens that we take through research to develop the approach. We also listened to more than 200 organizations that helped inform the plan as well. So there are 4 pillars to the plan, and they are all about equitable access. First, access to opportunity, to level the playing field and reduce barriers. Access to funding, something that takes a holistic approach, like we've been hearing this morning, a holistic approach, balancing the reality between debt and equity while encouraging new, innovative funding solutions. Access to knowledge, to equip Americans with the real-world skills necessary to be successful, whether you want to be an entrepreneur or you want to be an employee, should you choose that. And access to support, to help make more Americans take care of their families and address financial concerns that limit risk-taking. So digging a little deeper, I'll provide a couple of highlights from each pillar just to give you a sense of the policies and how they got scoped out. But I encourage all of you to read the full plan at startusupnow.org. That's startusupnow.org. So when we think about access to opportunity and leveling the playing field, it starts with just making things easier. Our research shows that the millions of those small cuts that we call them in starting a business proved to be too much for too many to survive. Many leave too many good ideas on the table. So at a basic level, if policymakers focused on the age of the company, not just the size of the company, we'd provide policy support for new businesses across every stage of the entrepreneurial journey that will better enable everyday Americans to start businesses and in the process employ millions of people. Other key policies in the plan focus on leveraging the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, including improving the digital economy. We'll also keep focused on supporting immigrant entrepreneurs and reducing barriers that more adversely affect Black, brown, and women entrepreneurs, things like non-competes, occupational licensing, and debt traps. Turning to funding, and we could spend hours on this, hours talking about all the policies, practices, and programs that are needed to break down barriers. As Connie mentioned and the panel mentioned earlier, capital remains among the most impactful ways to strengthen access to entrepreneurship. Yet, today, at least 83% of entrepreneurs do not access a bank loan or venture capital when launching the business. And this one, only 1.3% of the $69.1 trillion, that is with a T, only 1.3% of $69.1 trillion invested in the major asset classes, so that's real estate, hedge funds, et cetera. Only 1.3 go to firms owned by women, Black, Latino, Indigenous, and other business owners of color. 1.3% of $69.1 trillion. So what's the lack? What's the lack of that lack of investment? Well, one example, and according to the Black Chamber of Commerce, only 110,000 of the 2.6 million Black-owned businesses have employees. 110,000 out of 2.6 million businesses, Black-owned businesses, have employees. So it's one of the reasons I started with the redlining. The ongoing impact of past discriminatory policies such as redlining must be countered, and new investments made to ensure we are supporting entrepreneurs of color, as well as women and rural Americans who just have less access to funding in the private market. When business owners do not have access to personal funds or quality capital, they are less able to take the risks necessary to grow their businesses, artificially stifling the marketplace. The policies recommended in America's New Business Plan work to reverse these type of trends. On to knowledge. So beyond capital, people need the know-how to make it work, either, as I say, as a business owner or as a worker. And so the fast-paced advancement of technology, which can leave people behind as we move way too fast, and the globalization of our businesses and economy require that our workplace and our future generations are well prepared to make or take a career. And so to have a prepared workforce and support entrepreneurs, we need to expand our educational systems to include real-world learning experiences and hold systems and institutions accountable, preparing the next generation to be the problem solvers and creators of change. Now, thank you. So corporations and education systems need to work in concert to develop the pathways that make these experiences easier to find, and inclusive for all students, regardless of race, regardless of gender, and regardless of geography. And finally, communities need to work at every level to democratize access to connections and networks that build social capital. And finally, I want to hit on support. So Starting and growing a business is a team and community sport. It cannot be done alone. Starting a business should not be so darn hard. Building an entrepreneur can mean leaving behind the stability of a traditional job, steady income, and starting from scratch through gig work or while being unemployed. All very daunting things to do, but especially for the many Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck with little savings right now. Having access to safety net makes risk-taking far more viable. So policymakers can work to ensure the next generation of entrepreneurs not opt out of the opportunities to improve their economic situations by helping all Americans build stable, mobile, and prosperous financial futures. So again, the needed changes that are outlined in America's New Business Plan, they're ambitious. We know that for sure, they're ambitious. No single organization is going to be able to do this alone. But we've got to make the change. The pervasive inequity in our country has long-lasting implications, not just for the historically underserved communities, but for the broader US economy. Right? And research has shown that higher levels of inequality cut into the overall economic growth and make it likely that the growth cycles won't last as long. People at the lower end of the economic scale, that's equaling millions of Americans, are underutilized. Their potential is stifled as they work in an economy that doesn't work for them in return. Left unchecked, our competitive strength is undermined. And if we want America to continue to be a force in innovation on the increasingly competitive global stage, we must unlock the brilliance of our entire nation. And we need bipartisan approaches that focus on fair and equitable economic growth, ensuring that diverse talent has an open and equal door to opportunity. Thank you all for the work that you're doing. I really want to appreciate it. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to share our thoughts today. We're really looking forward to hearing your feedback, your ideas, and your thoughts as we all work together toward financial stability, upward mobility, and economic prosperity for all communities. Thank you so much.
In this next segment, we discuss ESG, the importance of ESG commitments and its impact on underserved entrepreneurs. ESG commitments can play a large role in helping underserved entrepreneurs. Larger corporations often seek out small business partnerships to meet their sustainability and social responsibility mandates. AEO is committed to helping entrepreneurs understand more about these initiatives and how to benefit from them. Today, we'll explore questions like, how important are community support and partnerships? Why is empathy a key component in any ESG commitment? What ESG initiatives, aside from grants and funding, can help? By the end of this segment, we hope that you will have new ideas on how to ensure your current ESG commitments are helping today's entrepreneurs. After a brief video from Wells Fargo, please welcome Jenny Flores, Head of Small Business Growth Philanthropy at Wells Fargo.
Growing up in Ethiopia, had a wonderful childhood. I watched my mother build her business. She was a single mom, making everything herself. I just fell in love wanting to do what she does. I loved her hospitality and the way she made people feel. And I wanted that type of place of my own. How are you? So nice to see you. I started Grand Park Coffee House in 2009. It's been a joy to be part of a thriving and a growing community, and by providing opportunities for other people beside myself. the height of the COVID pandemic. I did everything that I can trying to figure out ways that we can sustain ourselves, but trying to find some loans, some grants or anything, it was very hard.
Rahil and Grant Park Coffee, very diligent, very meticulous, very hardworking.
Giving up was not an option. Staying open helped us just to take care of the minimum. And then I came across Wells Fargo Open for Business through ACE.
Her first loan that she got was in the amount of $250,000, and that really was for working capital for the business. Reduced capital of 3%, then have them make their regular payments for the first 6 months, and during those 6 months, they're taking up to 15 hours of these business advisory services.
All right.
Upon completion, they then receive a 9 months payment forgiveness.
They throw us a lifeline and help us to weather the storm.
Wells Fargo has supported minority communities and women-owned businesses across the country, and ACE has been a beneficiary of receiving grant funding.
There you go.
And so the Wells Fargo Open for Business Fund has enabled us to provide working capital as well as educational resources. We've been able to lend over $10 million and support financing for 89 loan clients.
A lot of wonderful excitement going on for us. We are expanding and into our own building. Yeah, thank you. I am super excited about what we can do, what we have in store, and the fact that we will be able to contribute to our community in a bigger scale.
Seeing Rahel always inspires me. I actually personally know her. And what it brings to mind for me is the fact that when corporations make really authentic commitments, there's a lot of power behind that and a lot of impact can happen. Hello, everyone. I'm Jenny Flores. I'm the head of Small Business Growth Philanthropy for Wells Fargo, and it's really a privilege to be here today. When I come to work each day, there are really 3 priorities that I have. One is to understand the unique challenges that are facing over 30 million small businesses in this country. 2 is to develop solutions that Wells Fargo can offer. And 3 is to disrupt systemic barriers that are keeping our small businesses from thriving. And it's especially true for our diverse small business owners who, in addition to dealing with the typical obstacles that businesses have, they have additional barriers to accessing capital, guidance, and really scaling their businesses. So this was a key consideration as Wells Fargo launched its Open for Business Fund. The Open for Business Fund was a $420 million initiative that we designed to provide grants and financial, technical assistance support to hundreds of nonprofits across the country who could then help entrepreneurs like Rahel. And I'm really proud to say that Wells Fargo is a leader in ESG commitments. Last year, the bank announced its major support to transition to a low-carbon economy by setting a goal of net zero by 2050. This includes $500 billion in sustainable financing by 2030. And we have an increasing focus on ensuring that we're protecting underserved communities. Another core value for Wells Fargo is on supplier diversity. And to accomplish these goals, we partner with organizations who can help us get there. In 2020, the bank purchased a record $1.4 billion in goods and services from diverse suppliers. This is 12% of our total controllable budget. And we're working to boost that number to 15% of total spend in the years ahead. These type of commitments are absolutely the right thing, and it helps us move in the right direction. But I would say it is just a first start. And in my opinion, we're just really scratching the tip of the iceberg. So there's much more to do. What comes next is often the hard, often months or years-long work of taking action and implementing programs that turn a vision into reality. And here, too, I'm really pleased to announce that we're committed to progress. In addition to the Open for Business Fund, my team is investing in technologies that facilitate diverse small businesses at scale, alternative financing models that go beyond traditional credit scores, including revenue and behavior-based underwriting to broaden capital access, and public-private partnerships that will open new opportunities in clean energy, ag tech, and mobility spaces for entrepreneurs from underserved communities. At the same time, we're really taking a data-driven approach so that we can truly understand what the root causes are of some of these issues impact our communities and helping design solutions that meet those needs. And to that end, I'm very excited to announce a brand new multi-year research partnership between Wells Fargo and AEO to take a deeper look at the impact of corporate ESG commitments on diverse small businesses. Our objective is to create a set of recommendations and best practices that companies can use as they set their own ESG commitments in the future. I believe that cross-sector collaboration is the way for companies to reach ESG commitments, actually any commitment. And the problems that we are facing today in the world are much more complex than any one organization or any one corporation can solve on their own. The good news is that we are seeing collaboration all across the industry, and Wells Fargo is really proud to be part of a massive effort in bringing different sectors and different organizations together. So on behalf of Wells Fargo, I want to thank you for your support of AEO and for your partnership in building a better tomorrow. I want to transition now into a fireside chat with a good friend, Fran Siegel, who's the president of U.S. Impact Investing Alliance. Fran will be joining us on the screen. Fran, there you are. It's so great to see you. I really wish you were here in person, but I know Fran had commitments in California, so she couldn't travel today. But we're just excited to see you here. And I know that Fran and I have a lot of synergy, and when we get on the phone, we can spend hours talking about ESG commitments, how we get there, best practices, but we have only 15 minutes today to get into the topic, so I want to jump right in, Fran, and really get to this underneath how these commitments can drive real deep impact and how large companies should be thinking about this work very intentionally, very proactively. So Fran, welcome. My first, oh, go ahead.
Well, just great to be with you today, Jenny. Congratulations on your exciting announcement. Great to hear that. And excited to be today with you all today. And thank you to AEO for the opportunity to join the conversation and celebrate 30 years of the platform work.
Wonderful. So the next panel that will come after ours is going to focus on how the National Retail Federation partnered with diverse suppliers to meet their ESG goals. And I know that you are like one of the biggest advocates who understands that ESG and serving diverse entrepreneurs actually really go hand in hand. They're not separate. They actually are a powerful combination for impact. So can you please talk to us about how the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance sees these things as inextricably linked, and share a little bit about the connections to help move into a more inclusive system in the future?
Sure, happy to. So for some quick context, before I delve into the core of the question, as you mentioned, I'm the president of the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance, which seeks to build a field of impact investing here in the United States and globally. To level set, when we talk about impact investing, we mean investing for social, economic, and environmental impact alongside financial returns across asset classes globally. So we look at both the public markets, the capital markets, as well as the private markets, investments across both. We are approaching our work in a few ways. The first being public policy advocacy to ensure the laws and regulations governing our economic system enable the flow of what we like to call private capital for public good. We also work directly with investor groups, such as private foundations, donor-advised funds, high net worth families, and wealth platforms to help identify opportunities and solve for shared barriers so that we can leverage more assets for impact. I would say that the North Star of our work is a belief that impact investing has a critical role to play in manifesting a more equitable economic system. So more specifically, we believe that this role sits at the intersection of two important movements that have been touched on already today. The first being the transformation of how we invest in communities to promote local economic development, healthy, thriving communities, and ultimately racial, gender, and economic justice on the ground across the country. And the second being the transition from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism, which is a system, as you folks will know, that is more accountable to and beneficial for shareholders alongside workers, families, communities, and the physical environment. So we think that these are critical movements, and each is insufficient without the other. So we need some of the top-down structural shifts that have already been touched on today in the form of robust policy, large corporations and investors moving together. But we don't believe that that change will be just, equitable, durable, without bottom-up interventions for real systems change. So with that context in mind, the important connections between the actions of large corporations and outcomes for more localized groups like diverse entrepreneurs becomes much more clear.
Now, you mentioned interventions. Can you give us some examples of the kind of interventions that you maybe seek to advance?
Sure. We've done a great deal of work, and I want to get back to your question about diverse suppliers in a second. We've done a range of work to explore new sources of private capital that flowed into the system, the flow for diverse business owners following the murder of George Floyd. So this in 2020, we did a report for the New York Federal Reserve called Impact in Place that looked at these new sources of capital, and we identified early on some of the corporate treasury commitments that have already been talked about today, that capital flowing to small business owners and diverse entrepreneurs in particular. We looked at donor advised fund capital flowing, and even more innovative sources of capital, and we call that restorative economics or restorative investment, where community members get to invest in their local businesses with very low minimums and in a very proactive way, where we shift power, decision-making, governance actually to community members in determining their priority. But perhaps most relevant for today, we've seen these large corporations, some of which are represented today, flow capital from their corporate treasuries to diverse entrepreneurs. So as Melissa mentioned earlier, since 2020, there's been this flurry of corporate commitments to impact and racial equity, reaching over $50 billion in combined commitments by one estimate. These commitments, beside the magnitude, was that companies were activating their corporate treasuries rather than relying solely on traditional corporate philanthropy or CSR work. So that was quite noteworthy. And I just raise this point to show the potential new source of impact capital relevant to today's discussion for diverse entrepreneurs. We see that corporates are increasingly seeing themselves as impact investors, and so the connection between their ESG commitments and diverse entrepreneurs, access to capital and resources, and the communities that diverse entrepreneurs serve becomes even stronger. Now, Melissa mentioned that only about half of corporations followed through with their racial equity commitments made in 2020. And we think this is another way that investors can leverage their positions to hold companies accountable.
Yeah, and I just want to pull on a thread that Fran's bringing up, and this is the opportunity for those of us working in community to think about the whole capital stack and how that can get reimagined. So whether you're looking at venture, private equity, you're going into like CDFI capital, traditional bank lending, the treasury of corporations, like it's just a moment in time that allows us to be creative. And for those of you who have creative minds, entrepreneurial abilities, I think this is an important point because you can jump in and help those of us who are thinking about how to, if you're going to shift capital, you have to also shift the way in which it's allocated, the way in which it's structured. And so I know Fran's a leader in this, but I just wanted to highlight that for everyone that there's a huge moment when everything's on the table and we have a chance to influence that.
Mm-hmm. Jenny, I agree with everything that you said. The Treasury commitments from corporations have been large. Some of them, I would say, with all due respect, have been more innovative than others. I'm noting the Google commitment to Opportunity Finance Network, OFN, which is a membership group of CDFIs. And what was so interesting about the Google commitment is that it came with low-cost debt capital, that it was paired with grant capital. And so that potentially could shore up the net assets, shore up the balance sheet of local CDFIs that seek to invest in diverse entrepreneurs and also be for technical assistance. So sometimes just senior debt, even if it's patient, isn't enough. And then in terms of the capital stack and the creativity that is required, that you touched on, Jenny, I couldn't agree more. Some of the folks that we are working with are trying to look beyond the debt sleeve, look beyond the equity sleeve to different types of innovative instruments, including revenue rights, demand dividends, and other kinds of innovations that have been prevalent in the impact investing field, but may not have ported over to the more traditional lending world.
I'm going to move on to the next question about supply chain resiliency. It's been a hot topic since the pandemic. Fran, how should companies be thinking about diversity across their suppliers, and how can investors help put pressure and, most importantly, influence these companies to develop best-in-class practices and commitments?
So we think that companies should view diverse suppliers as partners in the path to supply chain resiliency. The pandemic and related crises put a very stark spotlight on the significant risk associated with failing to shore up supply chains and being overcommitted to single companies, incumbent companies. And then, of course, as other panelists have discussed, the pandemic highlighted the intense gaps in our systems, which left behind Black and brown small business owners who are disproportionately harmed by the economic downturn compared to white-owned businesses. I think we should look at these failings as two sides of the same coin and seize the opportunity accordingly that's implied in addressing these failings in the current system. So businesses, investors, and policymakers have work to do to better fortify minority small business owners, including through opportunities to participate in the supply chain of larger companies and in turn grow their business. Some of you may know that early last year, President Biden called on the federal agencies to address supply chain risks and consider how these policies can support communities and business owners of color. And in turn, we've seen more concrete private sector commitments, such as pledges by companies like Google, Verizon, McDonald's, and Unilever to spend a certain amount with diverse suppliers each year, as well as training and mentorship programs to help prepare small and medium-sized businesses to become more attractive suppliers for large companies. Investors, we think, can play an important role in catalyzing a race to the top by corporations that are committed to diversity and sustainability in their supply chains. So again, amid the racial reckoning sparked in 2020, investors are pushing companies like Apple, Johnson & Johnson, and JP Morgan to undergo civil rights or racial equity audits, where a third party would evaluate the company's practices, policies, and impacts on marginalized groups across the value chain, from employees to suppliers to customers and communities. Investors can push, in addition to advocating for civil rights or racial equity audits, investors can also push for better access to diversity data by companies about their employees and suppliers, such as through the SEC's anticipated forthcoming rulemaking on human capital management disclosures. So corporate ESG commitments represent significant wins, but investors need regulators to step in to ensure there's accurate and comparable data so that we, investors and stakeholders more broadly, can understand how companies are actually living up to their racial equity commitments.
Right, and this idea of transparency, right? We make commitments, you hear the headline, and then we don't know what happens. So that's a really good point to be able to, when you make the commitment, that it's be transparent what happened and how that impact how that impact was driven across communities. And another point you made around diverse suppliers, to me, makes me think about the fact that as corporations make these larger ESG commitments, those commitments then some of that gets pushed down the supply chain. I think tier 1 suppliers, the big ones, are going to be fine with a little guidance. They're going to be fine in being able to meet large corporate ESG commitments. But as you get into tier 2 and 3, the smaller businesses, they are not ready, which is why we're partnering with AEO to try to get underneath that. Like, so what are some of the risks? What are the opportunities to help diverse suppliers understand what ESG commitments mean and what they're part of that. They may not even realize that, and how can we support them in being successful? So I know they're flashing me, I'm out of time, but I have one question that I think is really important. And this is around the landscape of corporate commitments on racial equity has really evolved since 2020. And I'm curious, from an investor's perspective, how is inequality, be it economic, racial, or gender, a systemic risk, and how can we be more strategic in addressing it?
Yes, so for those of you who are investors and those of you who work for corporations, you know that there are systemic risks. We, as investors and as asset managers, pursue doggedly alpha, but we increasingly are seeing both climate change and inequality as systemic risk, which is a beta risk, which is cannot be diversified away. So we live in a time when income and wealth inequality are rampant. We know the black wealth and wealth divide has worsened in recent decades, only exacerbated by the Great Recession. And there are ripple effects across our entire economy, which bars marginalized groups from future wealth building opportunities, like starting a small business or access to capital and other opportunities to scale that business, which creates a vicious cycle. So investors that we work with are increasingly understanding and interested to better understand what companies are doing to tackle the root causes of inequality and perhaps address their own complicity and persistence of inequality. In a country lacking equitable access to economic development and wealth building opportunities, and a well-functioning social safety net, a company's workforce, customer base, and small business suppliers are all at risk, threatening their own bottom line. So we are increasingly working with asset owners, especially universal asset owners that own the whole market, to start seeing gender inequality, economic inequality, racial inequality as a systemic risk that must be addressed irrespective of your investment strategy.
So, Fran, thank you. Like I said earlier, we could talk for a long time about this because there's a lot of power in this conversation, but I will just leave you with this. As Fran noted, systemic risk is not something that corporations can diversify and reduce that risk. The only way we can solve for that is through working with leaders like you who know how to mitigate it, how to address it. So please don't shy away from jumping into the impact investing conversation because you are a critical part of the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Manu Delgado Medrano. I'm the research director at AEO, and I'm so happy to be here connecting with all of you in person and also with all of you joining us online. Thank you. I'm also honored to be here with this amazing panel. We've had the context that Jenny and Fran gave us earlier, and we want to deepen a little bit more by discussing exactly what is some of these ESG commitments, standards look like from the perspective of small businesses and also diverse businesses. So I will let the panelists introduce themselves briefly, and then we will get started with the conversation. So,
thank you. Hi, I'm Caroline Priebe, and I'm the founder of the Center for the Advancement of Garment Making. I work predominantly in the fashion industry, working with small businesses to multinationals, creating sustainability and circularity strategy and roadmaps. And then I also teach adjunct at Parsons in Glasgow, Caledonia University.
Aloha, I'm Cora Spearman Chang from Cora Adorables in Cora Spearman, Hawaii. We're a mid-century modern aloha brand manufactured and made 100% in Honolulu, Hawaii, that is currently seeking B Corp certification. And basically, I was raised from a young age not to waste time, not to waste money, not to waste food, and now not to waste fabrics and resources. So I'm looking at getting things down to as zero waste as possible.
Very cool. And my name is Scott Case. I am the Vice President for Sustainability at the National Retail Federation. So we represent some 4.2 million retailers in the United States, many of them small, independently owned entrepreneurs. And ended up on this stage, we ended up on this stage because Cora came to our Sustainability Council meeting where we had some of the world's largest retailers and some of the world's smallest retailers. And Cora was telling them what's what. One of the things we learned was that a lot of these ESG issues are remarkably similar for small businesses and large. So there's an interesting opportunity for collaboration.
Thank you so much. To get started, I would like to ask Cora a question. ESG is still a relatively new concept for a lot of us, and there's a lot of different levels, from standards, from goals. But I want to understand from your perspective as a small business owner who's fully committed to ESG, what does that mean to you in practice? And also, what are some of the challenges that you face in attempting to apply this to your own business? And maybe what are some of the advantages that you have also as a small business? So if you could get us started with that.
Okay. Well, I would say that the key to be mission focused is predominantly where we're at in production as well as workflow. Our mission, for us personally with Cora Adorables and Cora Spearman Hawaii, it provides clarity for us in the direction for our brands. We find a lot of balance in juggling the technical, the creative, and the environmental factors. Those all things are, provide a challenge, for us in every aspect of the business. But you need to be able to see your resources and your talent clearly, and that means simplifying and eliminating what's simply not needed, like I spoke to earlier, not eliminating waste. So anything that's not mission critical, it has to be de-emphasized, for us. Also, having a well-defined mission is one that doesn't need to be sold. We don't need to sell sustainability because those who invest in it are already sold on the idea. Basically, those who aren't yet need to simply be educated. They need access to resources, and they need to be told or shared with the resources that are actually reliable. So with the NRF, we're hoping to be able to tackle the issue by potentially implementing clear labeling in regards to sustainability. So that has been, I guess, a challenge for us as far as a lot of small brands and businesses is knowing what is sustainability. And having a common language, and throughout, because sustainability means many different things. I also serve on the United Nations Global Compact, as well as the NRF Sustainability Committee. And consistently throughout all of the conversations, it's always about language. And my background is being a linguist and speaking Japanese and other languages. It's always essential in being able to have a common language throughout when we're talking about sustainability, because it can mean many things to many different people.
Excellent. And I'm really curious, you mentioned also you're pursuing B Corp certification.
We are.
What are some of, first of all, maybe for those that are not familiarized with that, what does that entail? And what are some of the challenges that you in particular have faced as you're pursuing that certification?
Well, for me personally, with being a made in Hawaii brand and manufacturing and sourcing everything locally, so for us, every time you buy our brand, you're buying core durables, you're helping to support over 10 locally women-led, minority-owned businesses. And so in and of itself, that's very much a sustainable model. But also now getting down to the textiles, with us being clothing manufacturing, I was talking with Caroline about that, finding out not all cotton is good cotton, and how it's being milled, how your resources are basically being produced. So being a B Corporation, you're able to have a paradigm or an outline of how you run your business, and also giving back to charity, is a big part of your business, and giving back to your immediate community, In it, you're basically implementing the SDGs as outlined with the United Nations, and you're trying to hit all of those points so that you have that balance. So the challenge for me with B Corporation is the wait. There's a long line, a long key in getting certified. So, and then also changing your legal structure, your legal entity has proved to be a little bit of a challenge, because in each state there's different regulations. So we're having to change from being an LLC to a B Corp. But before we do that, we have to certify as a sustainable brand.
Excellent, thank you. Caroline, I want to get your opinion as well. You're a leader in the garment industry, focusing on sustainability. So just to sort of get a broader perspective, what are some of the challenges that you have perceived in this space? I know you also consult and help out businesses. What are some of the key challenges, and what are some of the things that you and others can do to support small businesses as they're trying to transition into this more sustainable model?
Sure. I think the biggest challenge for larger businesses, but also for smaller businesses, is having transparency into the supply chain to get to the source of where your raw materials and garments are being manufactured, especially because there's a diversity of inputs when it comes, to apparel. And once you have that transparency, then you're able to really see what sort of social and environmental impacts are occurring within that. And so without that transparency, you can't make those judgments or measurements. The benefits of being a small business in this space, however, is you usually have more localized, or often more localized and regional supply chains, and you actually know your suppliers. Like, you might walk into your factory, you might know who grows the fiber that produces the materials that you're using, and whatnot. Yeah, but that is, I would say, the overarching issue of the industry right now in achieving sustainability is the opaqueness of the industry.
Right.
And in that process, in those efforts, what are some ways that you and others are well positioned to support them? Is it primarily, as Cor mentioned, is it primarily a matter of information? Is it a matter of also creating new processes? Or what are some of the supports that these small businesses could receive?
The small business? Yeah, well, it kind of depends at the stage they're at. So I work with both startups and existing. Startups have the benefit of being able to design their business models right now from scratch. So it's not just designing a project, it's designing a supply chain, designing a business model, and With a mission, a strong mission, like Cora had mentioned, you can design in those things into a mission. With existing small businesses, it's getting as much transparency, and that's harder for some, easier for others, depending on the relationships that they've built. And either working with someone to do, sort of audits in the spaces that you're working with, or doing them on your own, and then sort of telling the story of the supply chain and your sourcing strategy. And there's been a lot of backlash recently when it comes to certifications and whatnot. And my opinion is always, and rightly so, in all honesty. And so I think these close relationships are actually much more important and much more reliable than a lot of the very expensive, cumbersome certifications.
Thank you so much. As Jenny mentioned earlier, we're about to embark on a very large research process to explore a lot of these considerations. So I really also want to hear from Scott. You are focusing on corporate social responsibility in the world's largest retail association. So you probably have a very broad perspective on how these issues affect large businesses and small businesses. So could you share a little bit about what might be some of those challenges and differences, and what different businesses of different sizes might learn from each other?
Yeah, wow, that's the conversation that Cora and I began earlier this year, actually. So I think one of the things that's really fascinating is that all businesses across all sectors are beginning to recognize that every business decision has hidden human health, environmental, social, and community impacts. And the largest organizations are trying to address these issues with labels or certifications or spreadsheets. Mm-hmm. And the entrepreneurs are saying, I'm just going to pick up the phone and call. I'm going to walk over there and see how this is working. And what's beginning to happen is that the world's largest companies are learning a lot from the entrepreneurs, because it's the entrepreneurs that are like, this is how you solve this problem. Because sometimes it's easier to start with a really good strategy and a really good business and grow, rather than trying to adjust an existing strategy at scale to meet what, for many businesses, are new concepts. They're not new concepts. They're as old as humanity.
Right.
But what's happening is more and more people are beginning to pay attention to them. And as some of the other speakers talked about, we're transitioning from a shareholder perspective to a stakeholder perspective. Right. Which is fancy language for let's operate like small entrepreneurs.
Wow, thank you so much for that. One of the other things that I find really interesting about this space is ESG is a very broad concept, right? There's environmental, there's social, there's governance, and within that there's a lot of different buckets. Are there some of those buckets within that space, and this is a question for any of you, that are more difficult to address for diverse entrepreneurs, or are they equally challenging? I don't know if that's something that you all have sort of considered in the past.
I would say it's equally challenging for all. I think we're all navigating a new world, so to speak. We're consistently, one day we'll find out that something's great, and then we'll find out the next day that it's not so great. So I think it's ever evolving. And I think staying on top of things and staying in communication, I think communication is going to be key for the advancement of this industry, of sustainability, of ESG. But being in constant collaboration with one another is a key thing, but also having a diverse group of people at the table and having to have to help define that narrative, to help have that conversation is what's truly going to move the needle forward, I believe, for us.
I would build on that. Geez, it's surprising we're building off of each other. I think a lot of it is kind of people beginning to recognize that corporations, big companies, have blind spots. Mm-hmm. Individuals inside of those companies have blind spots. Individual entrepreneurs have blind spots. Right. And ultimately, it's collaboration and communication that allows everyone to go, oh, wait a minute, I understand why you see it that way. Here's how we can do something that's beneficial for everybody. Entrepreneurs do it by necessity. The business doesn't survive and thrive if you're not constantly talking with everybody. Larger companies are learning how to embed that culture in their own businesses.
Yeah, and just to sort of expand on that, also small businesses, I think, are actually naturally, or privately owned businesses are naturally sort of at an advantage because they're not beholden to fiduciary duty. Right. So they're able to intentionally design and build their businesses in line with their values, and they don't have to grow, beyond planetary boundaries. They can grow to scale, or they can grow to whatever works for their family, or they can, they don't grow and create these impacts that are huge on a global scale.
Excellent, thanks. In one of our previous panels, Joe Davis from BCG mentioned that it's important to make sure that we don't get stuck just in narrative and that we actually go beyond into action. Right. That is a risk here as well, right? There's the concept of greenwashing, and that may play out differently for larger entities and smaller ones. And like you mentioned, maybe those larger ones have more inertia. It's more difficult to pivot. So what are some of the strategies, and in this case, both for larger corporations and small ones and entrepreneurs, to make sure that it doesn't stay at the level of narrative and that it actually leads to the impact that we want? So again, open to all of you.
So a couple of years back, I wrote a report called The Sins of Greenwashing. Right. And at that time, I was convinced people were being very malicious, just lying to people to sell more stuff. And as I've thought about it more recently, I'm realizing sometimes it's a lack of understanding. Like, they've got the blind spots, they only see the world through their perspective, so they're missing a lot of important stuff. And in conversations that Cora and I have been having, there's also a challenge of language. Right. So there's potential for malicious greenwashing, greenwashing from ignorance, but also greenwashing as a form of miscommunication from business to supplier or from business to consumer. And so teasing it out is very challenging, but knowing it exists and that it's in everybody's interest, from the small entrepreneur to the big company to the consumer, to address it is an important step in the right direction.
I think building on what Scott was talking about, I would think it would be also intent. And then also transparency. For me as a small business, I think in navigating it is very new territory for everyone, and realizing that it takes the anxiety out of it when you realize that, okay, this big corporation is in the same boat as me. We're both navigating this. So how I do my clients a service, as well as myself a service, is by being as transparent about my process as possible. And I kind of we outline it on our website. We try to, start a sustainability thing. And I think the more that you involve your clients, whether they be my B2B clients or my direct-to-consumer clients, involve them in the process, then we're all learning on the journey together, and it becomes more collaborative. And I think there's a lot more leniency when you allow that opportunity to happen organically that way. So I would say intent and transparency have been key for us in building on our own personal sustainability model within our brands.
Yeah, and if you have sort of a mission and you create a strategy and then make sure it's implemented via a roadmap, and you sort of attempt to get rid of the silos. So make sure the design team is working with the development team, is working with the sourcing team, so that not just the design team is designing all these sustainable things, but then the production has, labor exploitation or something like that, and is kind of getting everyone on the same page with the mission and the roadmap and sort of what the outcome or the vision for the future looks like.
Great. So I'm hearing we need to be on the same page. We need common language, common standards to find that common ground. And we probably have time for this last question. That's evident, transparency, common language, but also there's a wide variety of needs and capabilities across different businesses. So does it make sense to have a single set of standards or common standards, or does it make sense to have a broader palette of tools? What's sort of your take on that? And this could be our final thoughts.
Wow, that's a dissertation level question. I'm going to use the consulting trick of it depends.
Yeah.
And I think part of the challenge is there's this tension between having a diversity of perspectives and opinions, because then you can find the best solutions for any particular situation, but also the need that if there's not some common data or common metrics that everybody can share, all you've done is increase the confusion in the space.
Right. For me, I think having the paradigm of like the B Corporation and they're having the intake and the standards has been very helpful, because it gives me a guideline of kind of like what to follow and what the paramount is, what the golden standard is, and what we're going for. So I think it's very helpful to have those guidelines and that lends to then being transparent, because then you know what you're going for. So I think it's essential.
Yeah, it depends camp too. and for me, it's very important that you get primary data, or it's space specific, really, because it is very space specific. What applies to growing cotton in India may not apply to growing cotton in Texas,
right.
For example. So, yeah.
Sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. I learned a ton just in these past few minutes, so thank you. I would like to have us give you all a round of applause. And again, thank you for...
All right, I'm back. How have we enjoyed the first half of the symposium? Outstanding, outstanding. And to all of our thousands, I think we're at 4,800, something like that, of online viewers, thanks for being with us. These announcements for the in-house team. Okay, so as I said, we have a quick transition that we need to make. We have a lovely lunch prepared for you at the JW Marriott. Now, I know the propensity is to stay and talk. You can do that at the JW. It is very hot outside. We have shuttle buses, and you don't want to miss those shuttle buses. So as soon as you walk out of the theater, we are going to escort you upstairs. You cannot go through the exact same entrance. You're going to go through Constitution, and they're going to take you around to the shuttle buses on Madison. They're going to shuttle you over. You have a wonderful lunch prepared. My team's going to be aggressive because we have a very short window. It's not being rude. We love you. Please get up, exit the theater, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you so much. All right, how was lunch? That sounded so. How was lunch? Good? Awesome. All right, we know that there are some people that are just joining us, one live. We're excited to have you, and those that are here in the auditorium. We are going to begin in just a second. A couple housekeeping rules. We know that some of you came from lunch. We ask you not to eat or drink in the auditorium. Please step out if you need to do so. Also, we want to make sure you know that as people come in, we'll push them through, but just be kind. If there is 10 seats in between you and the next person in the aisle, please come to the middle. We're super excited about this segment that is coming up, and we hope you enjoy the rest of it, okay? Don't forget, when we do our saturated applause, it means we need your attention and you to hype it up, all right? Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's get started.
Now let's turn our minds to the future as we discuss the next segment, the next frontier, emerging technologies that create opportunity for all. Technological advances continue to level the playing field for new small businesses. Yet, keeping up can be a challenge with so many new tools and systems. AEO is committed to sharing the latest insights in this area to ensure entrepreneurs have the tools they need to succeed. Today, we'll explore these questions and more. What role will fintech play in helping advance small business now and in the future? What skills and tools are critical for entrepreneurs in the new tech wave? How can new technologies assist entrepreneurs gain access to capital? At the end of this segment, we encourage you to challenge yourself by committing to learning more about one of these exciting new technologies discussed. Next, you'll see a video from Guidehouse, followed by greetings from Senator Ben Cardin, Chair of the Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship.
We are Guidehouse. We work side by side with our commercial and public sector clients to address their most important challenges by advancing strategic thinking and building trust in society. We are the leading consulting firm serving defense, energy, sustainability and infrastructure, financial services, healthcare, life sciences, national security, along with federal, state, and local government agencies. Guidehouse combines leading expertise to deliver world-class capabilities in management, technology, and risk consulting. The future of consulting lives here.
Hello, I'm Senator Ben Cardin from Maryland, and it's my honor to join you to celebrate the Association for Enterprise Opportunities 30th anniversary. I want to thank your President and CEO, Connie Evans, for providing me with an opportunity to share these brief greetings during today's celebration. Equity is at the center of my work as chair of the Small Business Committee because entrepreneurship is a reliable path to the middle class for minority entrepreneurs. One of the biggest barriers that minority entrepreneurs face on the path to business ownership is the inability to secure the capital they need to start and grow their businesses. So I am grateful to count AEO as an ally in our effort to make entrepreneurship more equitable, because this organization's focus on microlending serves entrepreneurs in some of the most underserved and underbanked communities in the country. Connie has provided testimony to the Small Business Committee on how to address the capital access gap many times, and her message is always the same. One of the most helpful things we in Congress can do to help minority entrepreneurs is to codify the Community Advantage program. She's right, but we cannot stop there. That is why, in addition to pushing for the codification of the Community Advantage, I pushed for the codification of the Minority Business Development Agency. I am proud to share that with AEO's help, we were able to codify the MBDA last August, and I am committed to continue working just as hard to codify Community Advantage. While this event celebrates the first 30 years of AEO's existence, today's theme of building a better tomorrow also calls on us to look towards the future. Working with organizations like AEO and CDFIs across the country, Congress has an opportunity to build back Main Street America to make sure our small businesses are more resilient and better prepared to meet the challenges of the future. Thank you once again for the opportunity to participate in the celebration, and I'm looking forward to all that you will be able to accomplish in the next 30 years.
How is everyone? All right, we had a great and informative session this morning, is that right? All right, hopefully we're going to follow that up with something just as special and powerful this afternoon. My name is Jonathan Herman. I'm a former board member of AEO. I am also the founder of 2 blockchain ventures, which are gaining international notoriety, which has led Crunchbase to rank me among the top 50 CEOs in the United States, and currently the top-ranked African-American CEO. Within these hallowed walls, we are reminded of an incredible journey. From the trade networks of Nubia and Timbuktu to the chains of bondage and auction blocks. From neighborhood blocks and chain reactions to the promise of blockchain networks. What is it about blockchains that people are so excited about? And why should we care about Web3, the metaverse, and cryptocurrencies? I'm excited because at a time when objectivity, consensus, and democracy itself are all at risk, the democratizing potential of blockchains provides a singular opportunity, perhaps the first in human history, to create true meritocracies, where the quality of ideas are met with the resources needed to innovate and solve real problems. What do I mean by this? Blockchains essentially function on the premise that there is power in numbers. Simply put, to build strong blockchains, you need participation of thousands of people around the world to allow their computers to store data on the chain. That is what we mean when we say decentralized, because no one person, company, or organization controls these blockchains. It exists through cooperation and collaboration of mostly well-intended people to create something new, useful, and valuable. As such, an ethos has developed within the Web3 community that champions the best ideas, because you need to convince other people to support and grow your network. In this community, where people often communicate using apps like Discord, Telegram, and Twitter, most people don't even know what each other looks like or what each other sounds like, often using an ape or a cartoon avatar as their profile picture. And in my experience, when people actually do get together at Bitcoin conferences or NFT conferences, what's most important is the quality of your ideas, how solid your plans are to achieve those ideas, and whether it matches with someone else's interests. If so, people often start to collaborate, they share resources, and find ways to become successful together. Think about what that means for people from traditionally disadvantaged communities. a tremendous opportunity for personal and economic empowerment, a chance to become creators versus consumers, and founders versus followers, an opportunity to be at the forefront of what's coming and shape it rather than being subject to it. In addition to blockchains, we've been hearing a lot about the metaverse, which can be described as an immersive version of the internet, which is inclusive of augmented reality and virtual reality. These glasses, which look pretty ordinary to the eye, are actually the first generation of smart glasses that were produced by Ray-Ban in partnership with Facebook. Future iterations of these glasses, which are also being produced by Apple and Samsung, will include augmented reality functionality that will enhance our daily world experience. Here's a short video that my company compiled to illustrate what that world will look like. If we can play the video, please. Here, using footage from a Chinese developer, you can see that while walking down the street, storefronts will be enhanced with customer ratings, information about products and services, and other visually stimulating content to encourage patrons to walk into stores. This will be possible through the glasses that we will see. In this example, when ordering food at a restaurant, you'll be able to scan a code and preview what dishes look like in augmented reality before deciding which item to buy. You can see the amazing detail here. Almost ready to eat, but not quite. It's actually just a digital version. I wanted to eat it, but I couldn't. And here, there will also be digital versions of autographed memorabilia and collectibles sold as limited edition NFTs, which my company is the first to produce of its kind. NFTs allow content creators to create scarcity, where there's only 100, 10, or one of a particular item exists. If you can pause the video for a second, please. So what does this mean for retail establishments and other consumer-facing businesses over the next few years? It means that in order to compete in this new technology environment, both within the metaverse and outside of the metaverse, you must be able to produce digital content that captures your audience. Simple web pages and Google Map listings will not be enough once augmented reality eyewear becomes commonplace. Therefore, we must prepare micro businesses to understand these technologies and utilize them in order to compete in the marketplace ahead. Here are a couple of recommended readings. If you have a phone, you can use this. You can move forward with the video. And there's also some information about our company on the next slide as well. So this is why I care about Web3 and the metaverse and cryptocurrencies, both for the opportunities they present and also because of our need to prepare for them. Of course, we should be very mindful of the negative aspects that some of these technologies can bring, which is why it's critically important that we participate. Our voices must be present in the room to ensure equity in how these tools are being developed, and also to ensure fair access so that we may all benefit from them. Here in these hallowed walls, we stand. And as the journey continues into new and uncharted territory, we will be present and we will help lead what comes next. Thank you. Thank you for sitting. Okay.
everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here, and every time I walk into this building, I feel, I don't know about you, Bob, I just feel so good. I feel so energized. So what I want you to do real quick, turn to your neighbor on your right and say, hello, genius. Turn back and say, well, I don't know about me, but my avatar's one. So listen, I always want to start with something fun because some of the data points I'm going to lead into here first aren't so fun. I want you to say 1%. Say 1%. In 1863, when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, African Americans in this country held a little less than 1% of America's wealth. 159 years later today, July 2022, African Americans hold a little less than 1% of American wealth. And you could say, Hill, how could that be? How could we still be in the same place? And there are other 1% that I kind of want to set up first. In fact, less than 1% of the lending activity from our major banks goes to our community. Less than 1% of VC funding for tech startups like mine go to our community. And so if we're actually going to deal with and I recommend all of you look at this study that Prosperity Now did, and many of you have heard the headline that African Americans will be at zero negative wealth by 2053, and then McKinsey came behind that study and said that because we have so many 1099 businesses and single-out businesses, we didn't get any PPP money, so many black businesses closed, in fact, 1/3 of them during the pandemic, that we are now looking at 2043 or before to be at zero negative wealth if something doesn't change. Now, I just said some bad news, but I got some good news. The good news is Web3, blockchain technology will help us solve the racial wealth gap. And I'm going to take a few minutes to break down how. It's some work that I've been doing and literally have made my life's work at this point because I consider this to be my legacy. 12 years ago, I wrote a book that was a New York Times bestseller called The Wealth Cure. And that book was kind of a response to back then, Dave Ramsey, Susie Orman were very popular, making people feel guilty about spending a penny. But it was, I was like, well, clearly she wasn't from certain neighborhoods in our community because, listen, you're spending it all just to figure out how to get by till the next paycheck. And so what happened is I wrote a book called The Wealth Cure, how we could hopefully change that cash money mindset to reset choices in our community to create cross-generational wealth building. The thing was, back then, blockchain technology was just in its nascent phases, right? Just beginning. And so it had to be about individual choice and not systemic. And what blockchain offers us the opportunity to do is actually deal with what Jonathan was just talking about, systemic change in many of these areas. And I want to break down how and why. So what I first wanted to do to lean into how do we get to looking at communities historically that are African American communities in this country that created network wealth effects. And the so-called Black Wall Streets in our country, Bronzeville in Chicago, Paradise Valley, Black Bottom in Detroit, Harlem, USA, Wilmington, North Carolina, many, many communities throughout Virginia, Kentucky, Rosewood in Florida, and of course, Greenwood in Tulsa. And many more. And so in doing my research, the one thing that happened is when I went to Harvard Law School, Professor Charles Ogletree was my mentor. And he would always say to me, I could always tell Hill Harper, but I could never tell him much. And so one thing he taught me is he said, Hill, when you're doing your research, when you're looking at actually trying to come up with a solution to a big problem, think about physics. And I'm no Neil deGrasse Tyson, but what physics tells us is to actually move a mass that's in stasis or something that's larger and moving, you need an equal or greater amount of what to do it? Force or energy. And if we're going to apply the level of energy needed to move and solve the racial wealth gap, where are we looking for that E or that energy or that force to come from? And so historically speaking, in these communities where we saw network wealth effects happening in African American communities, I sort of broke down my research to find that there were three distinct factors that created the wealth effect in those communities. Factor number one, ownership. We owned our businesses, we owned our land, we owned our work product, and in essence, we owned our technology. Pillar number two, trust. We actually trusted each other. Imagine that. We loaned each other money and we paid each other back. We shopped at each other's businesses. And if I actually went to your business and you needed to hire a new employee because you had, so much business, you hired that employee and then you paid them, and then they went to the next business and they shopped there, and you could see how it creates a network effect. And then the third, and perhaps the most important, is the movement of money or capital within the ecosystem, where back then a dollar would change hands 60 to 100 times. That was a year to 3 years. And today, many of us understand that the $1.6 trillion of spending power we have in our community, we don't have an earning problem, because most of us know people working 2, 3 jobs. We have a money recirculation and retention problem. A dollar leaves the black community within 6 to 7 hours. Juxtapose that against Asian American communities, 21 days, white communities, 28 days. We're at 6 to 7 hours. There's no way to build wealth or to deal with the racial wealth gap if money comes in and goes out so quickly. So I had to sit back and say, okay, if those are the 3 pillars that I think were creating the network wealth effect, could I create a blockchain company that actually embedded those 3 figures into its technology and its platform? And that's what I believe we have done with the Black Wall Street. So, how does this work? And what does it mean that Web3 and blockchain can actually create an ecosystem to recirculate the digital and crypto dollar within communities, and also create incentives to shop at businesses that have been founded by folks that represent those communities, and therefore create that same network wealth effect that we saw happening in the original Black Wall Streets across this country. It has to start first with education. So in many ways, I see our platform as an ed tech platform first and foremost. Most people see us as a fintech. I see us as an ed tech. Because if we actually don't educate folks about how to make different sets of choices and why it's important to actually dollar cost average into an asset class, it won't happen. Why is that important? It's important because over 80% of the portfolio assets we hold in our community, we hold in cash. Why is that completely destructive? It's completely destructive because of the report that came out last week about 9.1% inflation, and last year 5.4%. So if you haven't received a 15% or greater pay hike over the last 18 months, you've actually received a significant pay cut. In fact, if most of your assets or portfolio assets are held in cash, every time your head hits the pillow at night, you're waking up poorer the next morning. And you juxtapose that against the wealthiest 5% of Americans. 90% of their portfolio assets are held not in cash, but in ascending value asset classes like real estate, blue chip stocks, 401k, whole life insurance policies, fine art, Bitcoin. We can go on and on and on. So, what do we have to do? We have to get our communities out of cash. And we can do that on a digital platform. I know that you had the CEO of PayPal here earlier. And I don't have anything against PayPal. But I think that we have to understand that the reason why we started the Black Wall Street with the first black-owned digital wallet in North America is that if we're going to take seriously the recirculation of the black digital dollar or crypto dollar, you have to own your own technology and own your own wallet. If I had gone to Fireblocks and said, I'm going to white label a wallet, and people pull back the onion, and I'm out in the community talking about ownership of tech, and then you say, oh, he's trying to do what Russell Simmons did to us years ago, going in the black community with the Rush card, talking about black banking and black ownership, but all that was a marketing tool for Green Dot Bank. So every time you got the Rush card, money left the black community. And so we're more used to people out there marketing things to grab the dollar out of our community, even if they look like us, than actually building the technology, owning the companies, owning the back-end code that allows us to keep the dollar recirculating. So we launched a wallet. We have a wallet we're very proud of. We have a platform we're very proud of. But then you go out to try to raise money to scale. And what starts to happen? And this is very interesting. I want folks to really understand that, because as you go out and raise money for your business, as you go out and do this same activity, I want you to be very clear that what often happens, people talk about less than 1% goes to us in the VC space. But it's even worse than that. Why? Because even among that 1%, what tries to happen is a manipulation of your actual idea to fit their concept of what they think you should be doing. My platform is trying to put payday lenders and check cashing spots out of business. Yet most of the VCs said to me, you need to raise your rates. Basically suggesting I become a digital payday lender. You understand? Just like what Cash App is doing. Now, I don't have anything against Cash App. But let's be very clear. I've been saying for 18 months, Cash App is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to grab market share in our community because their leadership is from Twitter. And we successfully, black Twitter, made Twitter a $50 billion company. Most recently, we just made Clubhouse a $4 billion company. We made Instagram, TikTok, and we own none of it. So, ostensibly, and people may not like what I'm about to say, ostensibly, we are being used, our digital citizenry is being used just like we were used during slave time. We are providing free creativity, free work product, or income comes back to our community in any measurable way. We are being used and abused as digital citizens in this country. So, what do we do? What we do is we use the power of decentralized technology like Jonathan was just talking about to crowdfund. If the VCs want to come, but join us and allow us, just like these other companies, to actually lose money to build scale, to provide value to, not figure out a way. A guy just told me last week, Hill, I will invest in the Black Wall Street. I love it. You're incredible. You're the best ever, but you got to charge people $5.99 a month. I said, no, I actually want to give my community value so I can actually scale it up. Let me lose money like Clubhouse for the first 10 years because you're buying into the scale. Yet for some reason, they want us to monetize our community on the front side rather than providing value and therefore building scale to monetize small wisps of transactions on the backside. So, I'm very proud. You can pull up the screen, the Black Wall Street. I guess they don't have it. I gave it to them. Maybe the PayPal CEO doesn't want it to come up. I don't know. But you can go to your app store, Google Play, download it. And we've started, there it is. There it is. See, we're going to build wealth, we're going to build self, and we're going to build community. And when I say we own this tech and I say we own it, this is what I mean. And this is so interesting. You see this color here? This purple color? I didn't go and white label it. I had to have somebody write that. We had to build it. All of this we build. So we own the back end code. So what does that mean? It means when a young brother comes to me and says, hey man, you're too old. I don't want to be on the Black Wall Street. I want to be on Kickskate Wallet. I can license him Kickskate Wallet, and we're black owned. If a young sister who's an AKA says, you know what, I want an AKA wallet. Yeah, I've heard of you. As a proud alpha man myself, I understand what it means to cross the burning sands. Okay. We can license the technology, and that's exactly what we plan to do. So we launched this, and we keep the back-end tech stack. And then when we want to launch the Latino or Latinx platform, we keep the same back-end tech stack, and we change the front end that's specific to that community. And then when we want to launch the LGBTQIA platform, we keep the same back-end tech stack and change the front end. And then when we want to launch in Africa, in Brazil. Now, Brazil may be tough because there's a company called Nubank in Brazil. And this is what I tell all my potential investors. Nubank has a $46 billion market cap, publicly traded. Warren Buffett put $500 million in pre-IPO. He put $500 million in post-IPO. And their focus is educating and onboarding the unbanked and underbanked. They're doing much of the same work we're doing, but they're not here yet. They'll be in the U.S. at some point. But the beautiful thing is the Black Wall Street has a few years ahead. So they're $46 billion. And we're betting on even more decentralization. And what does that mean? That we've reached the peak of centralization. Amazon, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, all these are big, very centralized corporations. All the data suggests that whatever cultural or affinity group you belong to, we are going to follow much like social media has followed, meaning you could be on a platform that has hundreds of billions of people on it, but you actually only follow and listen to and look at a very small subset. It's just like TV. I know you watch a little TV. You have 500 channels, but you only watch 2 of them. And then you only watch 2 shows on those 2 channels. So what you need the 550 channels for with the 17 shows per channel? You don't need it. And that's the same thing about these centralized businesses. As we onboard Black businesses over time onto our app, and we create a marketplace, and we incentivize you to shop through tokenization and incentives, and we incentivize you to dollar cost average, so now I don't have to go to Experian to look at some racist algorithmic credit score. All I have to do is look at your activity and your collateral that you hold in my wallet, and we can be your lender. If it's actually a low dollar amount, I can go to a company like Solo Funds, plug into their API, and allow Denise to loan to Leon, rather than Cash App loaning to Leon, as an example. Right? Because we still need liquidity, we still need lending, but the question is, where does the interest go and who does it go to? Does it stay within the ecosystem, or does it evaporate and leave? Just like your digital citizenry on your favorite app that you've made $1 billion valuation. Those are the questions we're trying to solve, and we feel good about where we're going. The thing is, we need 2 things: adoption and funding. One beautiful thing about adoption is yesterday I spoke in front of 60 bishops and preachers that represent over 150,000 individual congregants and folks. And it was down in Florida, in Miami, at a Baptist, Baptist. It was a Baptist convention. Virtually all of them said that they would switch to the Black Wall Street. That will be hundreds of millions of dollars going through this app, just because the Black church community decides to adopt something that is a tech-owned, created, and founded by African Americans. And the beautiful thing is, as we grow, who do we hire? The same wonderful engineers that most of the community say are not out there, but they're there. They're there. And that's what starts to happen. A closed-end circular network that creates cross-generational wealth opportunities. And we're going to be able to replicate it for our community, and then replicate it for the Latinx community, and then replicate it for multiple communities, cultural and affinity groups. The technology allows us to do it, and we will. And then finally, as I close, the Web3 piece is critical. And that's why I started with a joke saying, hey, my avatar is a genius. The beautiful thing about it, and I'll leave you with this, because a lot of people think that when I say this, I'm a little cuckoo, and I may be a little cuckoo. Our data has shown that we can educate our community about dollar cost averaging into ascending value asset classes and all of this, but our folks would quicker dollar cost average and invest for their niece, nephew, grandchild, or church than for themselves. And when you actually break that down, there's this idea of, do folks really think that they deserve it? Generational trauma, all of the things that we can talk about, whether they actually deserve to solve their own problems, but they'll definitely they want it for their nieces and nephews, but they don't necessarily say they want it for themselves or act as if they do. Your avatar doesn't have generational trauma. Your existence in a Web3 ecosystem that represents you and represents the best of you and the best of us, having nothing to do with all of the systemic racism that is carried over generation after generation after generation, your avatar is going to walk a little straighter, a little prouder, and it's going to be able to say F you to people a little easier. And it's going to be able to build wealth for you. That's what we're building, and the only way we can do it is to do it together. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon again. Are you guys hyped up still? I mean, you've had a good lunch. Hill has come out. We had Jonathan out. How are we feeling? All right, we want to continue talking about, how do we take advantages of this new frontier, this next frontier, emerging technologies that create opportunity for all. And the two of you, in regards to working with entrepreneurs from around the world and founders, what would you say, as we look at all these different technologies and things that have been referenced even today, what do you see as the biggest challenge in bridging this digital divide for entrepreneurs?
Can I start? Okay, sure. Yeah, I would say, well, first of all, thanks for having me here. In terms of answering the question, I would say the first thing is to not romanticize technology, right? At the end of the day, technology is just a tool for solving a problem. And what's really, really important is the problem that you're trying to solve. So Mark Zuckerberg didn't invent the idea of loneliness. He just kind of created an app way back when that seemed to solve it better than other apps. And then you have like TikTok and you have other things. And then you'll have new things coming out. So focus on the underlying problem and don't romanticize the technology. I know we're all talking about all of these things that none of us really understand, like blockchain and crypto and this and that. Focus on the underlying problem, and then all of a sudden you'll realize that that's really where you either build a business or you don't build a business. If you just obsess about the technology, your business is likely to fail. Focus on solving problems for real people first. And then if you're not a technologist, like I'm not, I went to law school, so, but I had 2 technology businesses. Make sure that you have a team that understands the technology better than you do. So you can have the vision as to what it is that you'd like to accomplish, and then make sure that you surround yourself with people that understand how they can actually realize your vision using technology, even if you yourself are not a technologist.
I love that. And I will plus one on that. So I feel that oftentimes in this space, we focused on 2 things, either tech-focused businesses or venture capital, not understanding and appreciating that most Black-owned businesses, most businesses, generally speaking, are not tech-focused, right? And probably only 1% to 2% of all businesses can even access venture capital as a means of financing their company. And so it's about how do we help the majority of businesses. All businesses are not going to be tech-focused. When I say tech-focused, fintech, ed tech, health tech, right? But all businesses can become tech-enabled. How do we help them to understand e-commerce? How do we help them understand payment systems, social media, digitizing their office? How do we help them figure that out? Because it doesn't matter if you're a fintech company or if you've got a bakery, you're going to need to figure out essentially how you digitize and optimize your operation.
I love what you're saying, and you with the Black Innovation Alliance, what are some of the things that you're doing to help educate the constituency that you serve, right, in this way? You mentioned a lot of things, help them understand, payments or digitizing their business. Many of the businesses, when we went through some of the health checks that we did, many of them did not have an online presence of any sort. So how are you helping to educate the ecosystem of entrepreneurs that you're serving? And that'll come to you next as well, Gary.
That's a great question. So at Black Innovation Alliance, we had a virtual conference back in February called Black Liberation and the Digital Economy. And the goal was to explore digital entrepreneurship because a lot of the programming is focused on tech-focused businesses or traditional businesses. But when you ask your average 12-year-old, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's some version of a social media influencer. So we realized, right? You're thinking about your kid, right? You're like, yeah, can't get them off the TikTok. And so for us at BIA, we're thinking, okay, so if you are entrepreneuring online, what sort of supports do you need? And we were surprised that when we did this research, there wasn't a lot of work done on digital entrepreneurship. So essentially map the various domains by which people are online making money. And it's not just e-commerce, it's education and learning, it's decentralized finance, it's media and publishing, it's gaming, it's esports. So how do we map it? And how do we better understand how Black folks are onboarding and making money within those spaces? And one of the biggest takeaways for us was that digital is an amplifier because you can have someone who is a social media influencer. Let's say you do makeup tutorials and you've got 1.5 million subscribers. Well, you can get you can get sponsorship from large-scale makeup companies, and that could be one revenue stream. And then you can create an online community for other makeup artists that want to have more intimate relationship with you. You can charge them monthly on that. And then you can spin up e-commerce and merchandise on you. So you can have 3 different revenue streams. And so we're so busy thinking through, Web 3.0, we haven't really figured out how to help Black folks optimize Web 2.0. And that's what we're really focused on at Black Innovation Alliance, especially through this work around Blade. We're launching a Blade blueprint in the next couple of weeks. So if you're interested in that research, definitely check us out at blackinnovationalliance.com.
Thank you for that. And Gary, with Founders Tribe, what have you seen and how are you helping your constituents in terms of education and just expanding in terms of getting the capital that they need?
Yeah, no, so I think I just wanted to, piggyback on that, your comment as well, Kelly, which is that, when you look at the US economy, I think it's like 9.3% of US GDP is tech. So with all the Facebooks and Googles and all of that out there, it's still less than 10% of the US economy, right? And then when you look at entrepreneurs, I think the numbers I saw most recently is that there are about 35,000 entrepreneurs that get any sort of private funding, so equity funding, and there are about like 18 million Black, brown, and female founders in the United States. So again, obsessing about kind of venture capital and technology really only benefits 1%. Now, it's a really important 1% because they make a lot of money. If you want to be a billionaire, sounds like a really great way to kind of generate a lot of wealth quickly. But I think there also does need to be a focus on the other 99.9% and making sure that tech also works for them. So that's what we're trying to do at Founder Tribes, which is to say it's not only the person who wants to be the next Elon Musk that should be funded, it's all founders should have some access to capital, and it might be in the form of grant funding, it might be in the form of something from the SBA, it could be in the form of angels. There's a lot more funding sources out there, but I think that with the obsession on venture capital, a lot of people don't even know where to start, and then they end up being part of that 90% of companies that fail for what seemed like no good reason, but usually it's just because they ran out of cash to be able to access it. We just need to help them to map out those potential options. And the second bit comes from mentorship. So a lot of the stuff, seems really scary. Like before I got into tech, it seems like, oh my God, like algorithm, what's that? A lot of stuff is really, really simple, and I think a lot of people have created a lot of jargon that serves as kind of like a gatekeeping device. So I think one of the key things as well is to just bust through all of the jargon, and stuff is really simple. Customer acquisition cost just means how do you acquire a customer? If you say it really simply, everyone can understand it. But if you make it seem really difficult, then it serves as a way to kind of have a chilling effect on an entire space so that people don't feel they can even access it. So the second thing that we really focus on is mentorship, and all of it through a digital platform. Because what we're saying is, if at the end of the day, at least with the younger generations, a lot of people think that it's much easier to find your love match by kind of going onto a dating app. Why can't I find my mentor or my investor or my source of funding in a similar sort of fashion? Why do I have to go out there and hope that someone knows someone who might be able to give me a little bit of capital?
Can I piggyback on something that Gary said? You mentioned how with a tech startup, the goal is to make a lot of money, and I really want to drive on that point because there's this myth within the space that we need to focus on tech companies because they create most of the jobs. And I don't know if that assumption bears out, right? What we know is that when we think about Instagram, it was sold to Facebook back maybe 10 years ago for $1 billion, and they had 13 employees. So I wouldn't necessarily say that at that stage, Instagram was a job creator. It was a wealth creator for a small group of people, but it was not a job creator. So I think in this space, we really need to unpack a lot of the myths, because there are themes that pervade. And when I say this space, this ecosystem that is dedicated to serving and supporting entrepreneurs of color, we really have to unpack the conversations, because I don't know if we are meeting the entrepreneurs where they are.
That's a very good point. And actually, you know, the question of which emerging technologies or which technologies are the most critical for minority-owned businesses. And you said earlier, you know, people are talking crypto and Web 3.0. Maybe we need to bring that back. And you were saying that your group is really getting the basics going. So what are some of the key emerging technologies or key technologies just that minority-owned businesses need to do to activate, right, their businesses in this digital world?
I had a conversation. I think when you work in this space and you support entrepreneurs, a lot of folks in your network will reach out and say, I have this business idea, and I would love to pick your brain. And I'm talking you through it. And when I introduced Squarespace as a platform to kind of help you onboard, which is an e-commerce solution that makes it really easy, that was like, wow. So, you know, again, I think because we operate in these spaces where the conversation is about tech and VC, we have false assumptions about where folks are. At BIA, our work is really about creating the sort of ecosystem that's necessary for Black innovators to thrive. It comprises 65 innovator support organizations across the country who support about 300,000 entrepreneurs. And they're housed in greater than 24 cities, but many of them have a national footprint. And their work is so important because somebody's got to be at those early stages. It's not going to be 500 startups. It's not going to be Techstars. It's not going to be Y Combinator, even though they're getting all the money to spin up diverse accelerators, right? They're not going to be the ones saying, this is how you start a Squarespace account. This is how you start a bank account. This is how you make sure your website is optimized so that you can capture traffic. And we needed everything from that stage all the way up through how we exit. And we don't see the same level of attention being directed to, again, where we see the concentrations of Black and brown folks actually occupying.
Thank you. Gary?
Yeah, no, I would say, like, the way we think about it is, you know, the two main reasons that companies die, you know, the 90% of companies that fail, one is they run out of capital. So I would think anything that helps you to kind of identify sources of potential either revenue or funding would be kind of really, really important for anyone that wants to start a business. Because it's great to focus on the idea and all of that kind of stuff, but you got to pay the bills or you're going to die. So I would think about that as being kind of like one of the main things that you'd want to look at. And then the second reason that companies fail is because they can't find customers. So anything that increases kind of like your access to marketing, to customer acquisition, that would be really, really important. And that could be anything from, you know, I know that Amazon is trying to position itself now as this, and Shopify, and I guess PayPal, all of these are basically saying, hey, we can help you to find customers if you do an e-commerce site. And, you know, even stuff like Google, now they're doing Google Sites. I was saying before, you know, I was talking to my nephew, and he's 13 years old, and he's like, I can build you a website. And I was like, how are you gonna do that? Did you take a class? He's like, no, they're telling us that we need to position ourselves for when we apply to college. He's 13, and so he built my website. And so now you can do all of these things online. And so the reason why I built it is I'm like, well, this will help me to build a personal brand. And of course, you want to have your stuff out there and you want to own your own narrative. But I think all small businesses kind of probably would want something like that as well. And now you don't really have to be worried about technology. Focusing on kind of things that either help you to get funding and financing, tools for that, tools to help you to kind of make sure that your business from a financial point of view is running well so that you don't unexpectedly run out of capital, and things that help you to acquire customers. Those are kind of the three bases, I think, of like having a good business.
And I really love what Gary said about revenue. I don't think there's enough conversation about revenue as a capital. When we think capital, we think venture capital, angel investment, loans, but the best form of capital is revenue. And if you can use revenue to get as far as you can and then use other people's money to scale, that is the best way to approach it. And so I would love for there to be a greater focus on revenue, customer acquisition, like how do you create a high performance organization where you can just continue to support customers and serve customers and clients while bringing more and more folks in the door. That's where our folks really need help and understanding, because that's how you grow and that's how you scale. Those are the sorts of things we have a little bit more control over versus whether or not the big banks treat us well.
Thank you for that. You know, one of the things that we found as we were doing one of the programs with AEO was that a lot of the Black-owned businesses that were part of the program didn't have access to some of the technologies. And so Connie earlier talked about Resili, and folks on that are on virtually may be part of that, or some of you here in the audience. But being able to get access to technology and some of these different things, what are some other ways, you know, as AEO, there's a platform that we've created. What are some other ways in your mind that we can increase access to technology for our minority-owned businesses?
So, you know, when it comes to adopting new technology, it's not about access in the traditional way, because oftentimes it's just creating an account, right? Most of this technology is about creating an account. Many of our businesses that we see and support don't have the bandwidth to really adopt the technology, because that takes human capital, that takes capacity, that takes someone on your team that's going to say, I'm going to manage this Salesforce, I'm going to manage this HubSpot, I'm going to manage this technology that is going to enable us to do what we do better, because they are in the business, opening up the shop, running the register, responding to customers. And so when we talk about helping businesses really figure out how they build out their operation, it's not about necessarily getting on the platform. They can get on it, they just can't stay on it and make it work for their business. At Black Innovation Alliance, we currently have an initiative with Video Ask in Typeform. It's a contest that's active now, so you can go to blackinnovationalliance.com, where there's a $2,000 prize, but it's to get use cases to find out how are entrepreneurs using tools like Video Ask, like Typeform, in order to provide their businesses a competitive edge. We really need to provide these businesses the support that they need, not just to get on it, but to really internalize it and systematize it within their operation, because that's when they're going to get the benefit from it.
Gary?
Yeah, no, and I would say the good news is, you know, replacement theory is actually working in our benefit, right? So the notion is that, like, when you look at like a lot of these large companies, what they're seeing is that minorities will become the majority by 2050, right? And so if they don't actually access us, and right now there's a huge distrust, I think Connie called it like the trust gap, right? Then they're gonna have problems, not because it's the right thing to do, but if they wanna make money, they're gonna have to figure out how to kind of build relationships with these communities that are about to become the majority of the population, right? Not just in the US, but then globally, it's even more exaggerated. So I would think that right now, it's actually a really good time to be a minority, because people are actually creating programs specifically geared towards us. I do think that a lot of times, though, there may be kind of a bit of a gap between what they're doing and what the communities need, and I think that's why, you know, we see here them working with like AEO, with your organization, et cetera. But I think, if anything, I'm a bit optimistic, because I think that, like, you can't just let half of the population kind of not use your products and services. If for no other reason, then you're gonna lose money. And I think that what we need to do as a community is to figure out how better to leverage that fact.
Well, and you just made a key point in the fact that, you know, there was a lot of money that was given, and a lot of companies, right, decided to give money to minority-owned businesses, especially over the past couple of years. Earlier today, we were talking about how have those investments really made an impact, right? And one of the things that we also are grateful at with AEO and the program that they had was that 99% of the folks are still in business, but that's not everybody's story. So in terms of sustainability and what's needed, you know, a grant is here, but what are some of the things in terms of how can we get to the level of the grant's gone and I'm trying to get another one, right? It's a matter, you talked earlier about revenue, but how can we get at a sustainable model that helps support that community? And we talked about public-private partnerships as well. What are some of your thoughts there in terms of creating a sustainable community that helps these entrepreneurs continue to keep their business alive and functioning?
Well, I want to go back to what one of the PayPal executives mentioned. We need infrastructure dollars. Everybody and their mama, all these corporations are spinning up these diverse accelerators, and that's fine. But when we're talking about systemic change, it's not moving the needle. It's good PR play, and it might get you some potential companies that you can acquire. But in terms of really moving the needle on the racial wealth gap, I would imagine that it's not doing a lot. So when we say infrastructure, what do we need? We need more advocacy. We need more public policy. We need more research and insights. At BIA, we launched the Black Innovation Census last year to help us get a better sense of the lay of the land. And there were so many insights that we extracted distracted from that. But there are very few think tanks. And so there's just one metric that continues to roll around in this space. How many Black-owned founders have secured more than $1 million in VC? Well, that's fine. But number one, $1 million is an artificial metric. It doesn't tell me anything. It's put the fire under some folks to try to do better because the numbers are so paltry and embarrassing. But there's more that we need to know. We know very little about the customer experience if you are a Black entrepreneur and you're trying to navigate this entrepreneurial information and resources. If you got access to PPP, it was because you probably had a relationship with the bank and they sent you an email about PPP. If you didn't have some sort of broker or agent out there in the world, you got no information. So folks are scattered out there in space, and we need to create the rail lines that really enable us to effectively support and serve entrepreneurs of color. If we don't do that, if we don't make those deep investments, very little is going to change.
Yeah, and I think just going back to what we said before, which is...
That's my staff, y'all.
No, I was going to say, going back to what we said before, I think the key to everything is like, for all entrepreneurs, but particularly for people of color and women, it's access to capital and access to mentorship. People who've been there, done that before, and can kind of open up doors that you couldn't open up yourself. So I think that's what we're trying to focus on at Founder Tribes, and just figuring out how technology can do that at scale rather than kind of doing it really, really simply. And then I think the last thing is, and I've seen this with a lot of founders as well, especially Black founders that have raised VC capital, don't need the money. Right? It's easiest to get money when you don't need it. So put yourself in a position where you don't need anybody else's money. Try to figure out if you actually have a really good business that can generate, sustain itself by revenue. If you need to depend on the beneficence of kind of usually white people to give you money, that's not a really stable business. So kind of make sure that you don't need the money, that you have a good business, that you understand your business model and grow it. And then if you do that, people will actually come and give you money.
Awesome. Well, we're at time, but thank you so much, Gary and Kelly. Appreciate it. They'll be around tonight, right? All right. I'm back. That was a quick turn. Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm back. How's everybody doing? Now coming to the stage, Ms. Rose Stuckey. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You know, today, one of the things that we've been talking about all day, we've been talking about commitments that have been made. We've been talking about the infrastructure, as you just heard, you know, in regards to minority-owned, Black-owned businesses. Can you just begin, and we also earlier talked about ESG and that impact within the community. So one of the questions that I have for you is, you know, in every revolution, there are losers and winners. And how do we ensure that the community of underserved entrepreneurs win in this new digital industrial revolution?
I think that's an important question. I think there's a couple of things. First of all, I don't like to use the term losers. I think there are people that systemically we leave behind. And when we do that, we're making a choice that says that we don't believe that technology. So at Verizon, we think about it in terms of what is happening in the education system. And that's why we have our Verizon Innovative Learning Schools program, which is designed to equalize education and give underrepresented communities access to the best technology, including 5G, and making sure that our students have devices, they have, you know, data plans, the teachers are educated, and they can learn and utilize technology at the same level as kids who might be in more well-funded schools. So that's one thing. The second thing is we think about it with small businesses. And that's why we created the Small Business Digital Ready program, which I hope that all of you go online to that portal. And it's designed to make sure that small businesses have the tools that they need to digitize themselves, to get access to capital. We provide capital funding, the ability to be able to understand the HR issues, the financial issues, so that their businesses can be successful. So I would just say we've got to get out of this sense of I win because you lose, and more about how do we get rid of the barriers that get in the way of allowing all of us to win equally.
You know, you just talked about education being really at the core of this. And so can you give us a little bit more detail in regards to the programs that you're rolling out? You talked about education and training within the schools. Can you talk a little bit more about that and then step into the small business readiness program?
Yep, happy to do that. So about 10 years ago, before most people were taking devices to schools, we realized that we had children who were in the same zip code as their wealthier counterparts. And those kids were in middle schools, and they were telling us that I have changed my dreams and my vision of what I can be because I don't have access to technology. And as a technology provider, we recognized that we needed to do something about that. So we began to adopt middle schools around the nation where greater than 75% of the children qualify for free and reduced lunch. And in some cases, 100% of every student in that school qualifies for free and reduced lunch. And I personally understand those students because I was that student. And as a result, we adopted those middle schools, we did that technological intervention, and we stayed with those schools for no less than 4 years. We have 511 Verizon Innovative Learning Schools across the nation. We have reached 1.6 million students, and we measure and quantify the impact that we are having on their learning and their career trajectory. When I look at our Small Business Digital Ready, I am also the daughter of a small business barber. And when I thought about the pandemic, I realized that had he been alive at that time and I was growing up then, we would have lost a lot of things because there was nobody coming into his barbershop during the pandemic. So how do we think about our small businesses and what they need to an actual growing business that is going to be impacting, that is going to be scalable, and that you get all the skills that you need? And we realize that you can't think about the metaverse, and you can't think about cryptocurrency, and you can't think about any of that if you don't have the basic technology in which you have to build upon. And if you don't understand what to do with that technology to afford income as a result of your business. So that's what Small Business Digital Ready is all about. And that's the work that we are doing to take concept and theory of technology and make it real for the world that you are living in as an entrepreneur or as a student.
That's awesome in terms of the programming that you have available. What are some of the other things? One of the things that was talked about earlier was the public-private partnership and nonprofits and how they need to come together to create some things. And also in the last panel, they talked about infrastructure being key. What are some of the things that Verizon is doing to ensure that, are they working to make sure that that infrastructure is being built to the capacity so that folks can take advantage of it?
Yeah, I'll answer the latter part of your question, then I'll go back to the formal comment that you made. The short answer is yes. I mean, when you look at the investment that Verizon makes in building out our networks, our investment and our capital investment is larger than the GDP of most countries. So we think about every single day, where is it that we need to build out this network to ensure that people have access to it? In rural America, in urban America, et cetera. And then how do we do that in a way that's affordable? And if you look at our pricing plans these days, they are quite affordable. And then how do we do the work that my team doesn't make any sense for you to have access if you don't know how to apply it? So we think about all those components, and then we think about advocacy. What do we need to do inside of the federal government to allow for advocacy so that we are doing the right things to ensure that our technology is as available as it can be? And then inside of our Verizon Innovative Learning Schools program, we are gifting 5G. We are giving 5G. We are building 5G labs. So these students are in a world where they have the best technology. And then we're also working with entrepreneurs and Black entrepreneurs and giving them 5G as well, so that as we do our Forward for Good accelerator, they can take their ideas and really put them on steroids in terms of what 5G can do to enable the solutions that they bring. So we take our responsibility to make sure we're building out the infrastructure very, very serious. Now, the first part of your question was about partnerships. And we recognize that we don't build for, we build with. So there isn't a single initiative on my team that we have not created with really strong partnerships. When we talk about what has to happen in education, not only is my team comprised of former educators, we also partner with the education system because we realize that they know better than us what we need to do. When we do our work with Small Business Digital Ready, we are working with partners like Next Street, who are all about how you get access to a capital. We are working with the National Urban League. We are working with communities of color on the ground who are making sure that we build it right so that we have an impact that is real and scalable. And you're not going to ask me this, but I can't let this question go without one more comment, which is we think about what will happen when we leave. We have 10-year targets. So we are in this work not as a fly-by-night, but as a 10-year commitment to what we are doing. And in that regard, as we build sort of infrastructure and we build these programs, what I challenge my team with is we must leave the people better off economically because we showed up. There is no good in doing this work if we don't know the names of the people and if we're not building with partners so that we leave the community better than it was when we showed up. And that's a different kind of message and narrative than you're going to get from many. We are serious and committed to what we do in that regard.
Well, I mean, and that speaks to the fact that your commitment to the community. We know that within our communities, automation and technologies are speeding things up, and their impact on how we're able to get work done. What are some of the other ways that Verizon is committed around some of their corporate and social responsibility initiatives to help serve minority-owned businesses in these underserved communities?
So a couple of things. We actually have a program. It's not a sexy title. It's just Verizon Community Forward. And in that regard, we actually are building 5G and putting it in community centers around the nation. We have 4 right now. And it was designed to make sure that entrepreneurs and minority entrepreneurs have access to 5G technology. So you can actually walk into that community center and you can take advantage of it. You can learn and take courses and play around with it and understand what it can do for your business. So we're putting it, in the community. And then we are a founding member of the $1 Billion Roundtable, which is, corporated to their supply chain and who are committed to ensuring that they are working with minority vendors. And so when we think about how important that is, it's a real investment of ensuring that they have access to Verizon to be successful. And I'll loop that back around to Small Business Digital Ready, because as a part of the work that happens as you go through the Small Business Digital Ready portal and do sign up, we are in a mission to make sure that 1 million businesses have the skills they need to be digitized by 2030, so sign up. And in that space, as you go through sort of that learning journey, you learn how to unlock opportunity inside of supply chains at corporations. And therefore, you're working with partners. And one of my favorite stories is a woman who is African American, and she owns her own t-shirt firm. And every single piece of t-shirt and gear that we create at Verizon, she makes it. And so it's a commitment to, thank you, it's a real commitment to real work that is designed to find every single way that we can unlock, the supply chains of not only Verizon, but also other partner companies.
And that just touches on, you talked about the $1 Billion Roundtable. Earlier today, there was conversation around ESG and sustainability, and we also had one of the entrepreneurs talking about sourcing and supply chain. What are some other expansions upon those initiatives that Verizon is doing that entrepreneurs should know about, so that maybe as they're thinking through some of these strategies, as you said, corporations and their treasuries are now having targets and initiatives associated with that. What is the best ways for us to position ourselves, for them to position themselves?
Yeah, so several things on that question. I'll answer the what should you know about, then I'll talk about how do you position yourself. Okay. So do you guys know what ESG is? Does that term mean anything to you? Environmental, social, governance. It's the way that companies began to think about how they show up. Are they taking good stewards of the environment? Are they doing right by what they're doing in the environment? But how are they thinking, largely about opportunities for offsets to ensure that carbon emissions are reduced? Social, you're probably familiar with. It's a lot about philanthropy for some companies. And then governance is how do you govern that? How do you make sure that you are indeed able to quantify what you're doing? So just to make sure that you're grounded as I answer this question. I think one of the biggest issues to me in sort of the E of environmental is not only what is it that we are doing as a company to manage our own environmental footprint, but how do we recognize that the communities that are most impacted by issues such as climate change are communities of color. We are in the coastal areas. We are in the New Orleans. We are in the places that don't rebuild. And so we focus a lot on the issue of climate justice. And the entrepreneurs who are at the forefront of the issue of climate justice are Black women. Helping the government and corporate America to understand our responsibility to ensure that we are doing more than paying lip service, more than running to the disaster, but actually thinking about the resources that we have that can have a change in those communities, have a change in those communities. So we're doing some work in climate justice and focusing a lot with a great advisory board on how do we think about our technology 5G solutions that can actually help understand the climate issues, but also help rebuild communities. So that's very real work that kind of puts us in the space of this emerging trend that we see. Now, the second part of your question was, you had a two-parter.
You're gonna make me go back now.
You had a two-parter. But I think, and the ESG, and then you asked me about, it's okay, we can move to the next question. I couldn't remember the second part.
Well, I mean, continuing that, but you talked about the environmental, we talked about the climate, we talked about social.
You asked me how do we help people unlock our supply chain? And then we come back. So how do you do that? I think there's a couple of things. I think you got to go into our Verizon Small Business Digital Rate portal. But I think even broader than that is spend some time looking at companies and looking at how they spend their money. And you're going to find so many different opportunities associated with that. You'll find opportunities in transportation. You'll find opportunities in food services. You're going to find opportunities in sort of the retail space. And all of those are opportunities for you to go to those companies. There's usually a site that you can sign into, and particularly if you're a minority vendor, that you go through a certification and you get sort of certified and you have access to information and access to actually become one of their chosen, vendors. So you just got to do a little bit of research. But to do that research, you have to make sure that your business is sound and that your business is technologically sound. So everything that we just talked about in terms of understanding technology and what it means for your business and how to apply it and how to tap into it is that opportunity that I would ask you to be very, very thoughtful about and be very deliberate in doing. And I think the previous panel let you know that you don't have to be overwhelmed by it. There is opportunity there.
And this is the last question.
Okay.
I mean, when you look at the minority entrepreneurs, you keep talking about the small business ready program that you all have. How do you see minority businesses positioned in terms of this future economy? And I know this program that you have has a lot of different components to it. What would you say? You talked about making sure their business is sound. What other tips can you give in regards to making sure that they can truly capitalize and really be at the forefront in terms of this next wave of the future economy?
So I think there's a couple of things to consider. First of all, how do I see them positioned for this future economy? I think that understanding what solutions are that people need is something that small business owners are brilliant at. That's why they create their small business. They understand to changing trends in society, changing technological trends in society, and making sure that you are positioned to tap into that is really important. But don't overlook the amount of money and funding that is available from the federal government. Yesterday, I was with the head of the Small Business Administration. I think she spoke this morning. And one of the things that she flagged for me, and she probably flagged for you, is just the barriers that they are changing to make sure that people have access to funding and to loans and to information. You need to learn to tap into that. And then thirdly, make sure that you are building a network of support. One of the things about Small Business Digital Ready is it has 24 different communities. So once you go into that portal and you personalize your journey, there are 24 different communities for you to be a part of that can help meet a lot of the needs that you have. And you've got to think about how do you think through networking, not just with local resources, but on a national and sometimes a global scale to get the information that you need, and technology is going to help you do that. And then in terms of are we poised and positioned to take advantage of everything that you heard Hill Hopper talk about and what you heard the next panel talk about, I think it's the decision that each business owner has to make in terms of what works for them at any given moment, what are the steps that they need to take, and how are they ensuring that they have the technological know-how to make the right decisions for themselves and for their business. Because at the end of the day, it has to pay your rent, it has to pay the salaries of your people, it has to enable you to have the economic lifestyle that you want. And I don't know a single small business owner who is going to make a decision that doesn't enable that for them.
Awesome. Well, thank you for
You're
our
welcome.
chat today.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate it. This way, Rose. Rose. This way.
This way.
I'm Ann Haynes, and I'm CEO of DreamSpring, and it is a joy to be here with you today and to celebrate AEO's 30th anniversary. DreamSpring has been a part of AEO pretty much since our inception, which was in 1994. I want to apologize in advance because I have a pesky cough that has been triggered a bit by speaking. So I am truncating some of my remarks, and I hope you can bear with me. On April 16th, 1963, in his letter from a Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote, "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." I learned early in my life the truth in Dr. King's words. When I was very, very young, my father was killed in Ethiopia. It left my mother, who then became a single parent with 3 children, to make ends meet in New York City. She was not able to do that on her school teacher's salary, so she moved us into public housing so that she could ensure the ability to put food on the table for us and a roof over our heads. In the housing project where we lived, there were so many talented people from a plurality of backgrounds, people with skills, passion, purpose, dreams, and hopes. But there was also a deep sense of despair, and for many, a sense of hopelessness. That my mother, at times, was one of the individuals who shared that sense of despair and hopelessness. I witnessed that in any community, large or small, the experiences of one's neighbors, as well as one's own experiences, profoundly affect each of us, directly or indirectly, and affect generations to follow. It is why I am so deeply passionate about nurturing entrepreneurship, where one person, one dream, one small business can make a difference for many. And for those of you in the room and watching online who are entrepreneurs, thank you so much for all you do for our communities, for our sense of hope, and for our future. I founded DreamSpring as a nonprofit organization that operates at the intersection of capitalism and compassion. We believe as an organization that human potential is unleashed when all people, regardless of income, race, ethnicity, or gender identity, have the opportunity to shape their own future. We exist to break down systemic barriers that inhibit that reality for people. And we do that through providing business loans and to support to people who are building businesses that vitalize communities. Since our inception in Albuquerque in 1994, DreamSpring has issued nearly $500 million in loans to micro and small businesses with an average loan size of $10,000, helping to sustain or create 50,000 jobs. inspired by the economic multiplier and the intergenerational effects entrepreneurs have in communities across the country, DreamSpring is deeply committed to scaling impact. We knew that to bring our mission to scale, a one-size-fits-all approach wouldn't accommodate our mission or the clients we serve, so we had to embrace thoughtful transformation that combined our mission, technology, partnership, and heart. With our mission and our clients at the very center of our work, we brought in leadership from the fintech space and software development. We forged strategic partnerships. We have our own lending technology platform, which we are constantly refining and iterating on, curated to our clients' needs. We listen super closely to the clients we serve. Their feedback continuously drives our innovation and improvement. And our creativity and results in breaking down barriers that inhibit economic inclusion earned us a place on Fast Company's 2022 list of most innovative companies in the world. But we know there is far to go. To that end, DreamSpring launched a 5-year plan to increase our annual lending impact tenfold by 2024. What this means very specifically for our target market, entrepreneurs of color, low and moderate income entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs with disabilities, and startup businesses, is a 1,000% increase in our impact over our results in 2019. Thoughtful transformation requires a continued commitment to innovation, iteration, and diligence. It demands enduring courage to risk repeatedly, dogged determination to learn and persevere through failures and failure after failure, and the commitment to continuously encourage and support each other to be our best and then become better. It is what each of you are doing every day, and it is precisely the catalytic work Connie Evans and the incredible team at the Association for Enterprise Opportunity have been doing over the last 30 years. It requires partnership. None of us can reach our maximum potential alone or bring about lasting economic inclusion alone. Together, though, we can. It is our network, together, of mutuality that ensures achievability. Thank you so much.
The corporate sector is a critical actor in the entrepreneurial ecosystem because it can provide access to opportunity. Like capital, opportunity is the form of access to untapped markets, networks, information, and skill sharing, which is vital to the growth of small business. At the same time, cash is king, and access to capital is an ever-present priority. This segment dives deeper into the question, how will corporate meet the needs of tomorrow's entrepreneur? Today, we'll discuss topics like how can corporations partner with microbusiness development organizations to equip small businesses for success? How do we target philanthropic dollars in a more forward-thinking way? How can corporate philanthropy offset the challenges with access to capital that most entrepreneurs encounter? As you hear various perspectives, Ask yourself how your organization can leverage corporate philanthropy to position Main Street for the future. Next, we'll have a message from Truist. And then please welcome Stephanie Stewart-Young, Senior Vice President and Chief Corporate Responsibility Officer at Fifth Third Bank, as she sets the stage for the enlightening conversation to follow.
I bought my first real suit from Hot Sam's clothing store. My dad was a very snazzy dresser, and he brought me down to Hot Sam's when I was about 15 years old. And it's what's funny now, I'm waiting on young people that their fathers, their grandfathers, and now they're bringing their sons in to get their first suit. Probably around the same age as I was when my father took me.
Hot Sam's has been in Detroit since 1921, which is, 99 years now? And over the course of those years, Hot Sam's has developed relationships.
The relationship we build with our customers is probably the most important thing. Because when we bought the store, we decided, I want to know these people more than just at the register.
It's not so much about the fashion as it is the people. My father, Mr. Green, myself, our team here is what keeps people coming.
Was able to survive the Great Depression in 1929, the recession. So change is constant. But the one change that was amazing, never happened before, shut our doors because of the pandemic for 4 months. Okay, it's shut down, never shut down before. What do you do? What do you do?
Ray Waters, who works with the Detroit Development Fund, reached out to my father and Mr. Green and told us about an opportunity with Fifth Third Bank.
So Fifth Third Bank calls me and says, I think we have something for you. I don't have an account with them. I have an account with 2 or 3 other banks, and neither one of my other banks called me to say that. Neither one. Fifth Third helped us keep the doors open so we continue on this journey of 100 years.
Part of the problem in terms of the African American community, a couple of things we've never had. We've never had generational wealth, we never had buying power, and we've never had longevity, okay? We have that now in this business, so we can pass that on to our children.
I really want to make sure that my father and Mr. Green, that their story of how they became owners is told. It is my job to make sure that I reach back and acknowledge what they did so that I can be here today to carry on the legacy.
Well, good afternoon. Stephanie Stewart-Young with Fifth Third Bank. It is my pleasure to be here with you today. I'm our Chief Corporate Social Responsibility Officer, and it is my honor to not only be here, but to celebrate 30 years of Association of Enterprise Opportunities supporting the ecosystem of small business and entrepreneurship. If not for the tireless work of AEO, small businesses would not have realized or maintained their dream of owning their own business. In the video that you just saw, you saw a great example of the importance of not only access to capital, but you also saw the importance of relationship building and being flexible and adaptive to the needs of your customers. The role of philanthropy in supporting the needs of small businesses can be a valuable tool to the economic vitality of small businesses, from supporting programs that provide access to training, to technical assistance, to also access to startup, flexible, and patient capital. I'm proud to work for an organization that recognizes the importance of being intentional in prioritizing the support of small businesses and specifically the ecosystem in our philanthropic efforts. So what I want to do here is share just a little bit about our philanthropic approach at Fifth Third Bank and how we integrate small business and the support of small businesses in that. In 2021, we supported small businesses not only overarchingly, but our overall giving is $40.7 million. But you'll notice within our priorities through our 3 different areas and where we give dollars at, small business and economic development highlighted under our foundation.
economic development highlighted under another foundation that we manage in our Chicago area, and small business and economic development in our overall bank's giving. So we are intentional of making sure that we're integrating small business and entrepreneurship and the support of those ecosystems that support small businesses in our overall philanthropic focus. One additional commitment that we made at the end of 2020 was a $2.8 billion three-year commitment focused on accelerating racial equity, equality, and inclusion. And it really focused on three major areas, focusing on ensuring that we're providing support to communities, to customers, and our employees. And within that commitment, $2.2 billion is focused on loan capital. We've got another area of $500 million focused on community investments that's done through our Community Development Lending and Investment Group. We also focus heavily around providing financial accessibility services and products and efforts. But lastly, $40 million committed to philanthropic efforts. Small business and the focus around small business support is intertwined in all of those areas of our $2.8 billion commitment. One of the things that I will highlight, and I'm extremely pleased at how our dollars establish a number of different areas, but I want to highlight three right now. We have our Entrepreneurs of Color Fund that we partnered with LISC on, not only in Detroit, but also in Chicago market, where we've been successful at providing $3 million to support not only the technical assistance that these small businesses need, but also capital, access to capital that really helps to support the needs of these small businesses. So intentional efforts not only to support small businesses holistically, but also minority-owned small businesses. In addition to that, I'm pleased to say we were able to partner with AEO and also LISC to develop Innovation Meets Main Street partnership that not only supported capital access to minority women-owned businesses, but also to provide all of those wraparound services from technical assistance to all of those core things that are instrumental in helping to support the success and vitality of small businesses. And then lastly, I'll mention our partnership with Axion Opportunity Fund, where we not only fund and help support them going out and funding small businesses throughout our footprint, but we also support financial education and technical assistance and training webinars that really help support the vitality and to provide the tools and resources that small businesses need. So extremely pleased that I work for an organization that has prioritized small business and entrepreneurship, but not only from getting dollars out the door from a capital perspective, but also supporting that broader ecosystem that we know is extremely important in helping small businesses not only start, but to grow and then also thrive. So without further ado, I'm excited to pass it on to our next panelist. Thank you.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters is considered by many to be one of the most powerful women in American politics today. She has gained a reputation as a fearless and outspoken advocate for women, children, people of color, and low and middle income communities. Elected in November 2020 to her 16th term in the U.S. House of Representatives with more than 70% of the vote in the 43rd Congressional District of California, Congresswoman Waters represents South Los Angeles, which includes the diverse cities of Gardena, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Lawndale, Lomita, and Torrance. Congresswoman Waters made history as the first woman and first African-American chair of the House Financial Services Committee, an integral member of Democratic leadership Congresswoman Waters serves as a member of the Steering and Policy Committee on Alzheimer's disease. She is also a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and member and past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. She is a steadfast advocate for innovation in microfinance, as you know, dear to our heart, capital access, and unlocking economic opportunities for micro businesses and minorities. With that, let us begin our discussion with her today. Congresswoman Waters, thank you again for joining.
You're so welcome.
Last week, you spoke to the importance of modernizing the Community Reinvestment Act during a hearing held by the House Financial Services Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions. AEO and its members have been long-standing and vocal advocates on the need to modernize the CRA to account for the needs of the 21st century. What are your thoughts on the proposed rules, provisions to modernize the CRA, especially as it relates to ensuring that the CRA accounts for the advent and adoption of online banking models? How will those modernizations enable micro businesses, and especially those who are?
Well, let me just say that I think the proposed Community Reinvestment Act, that is CRA, ruled by 3 regulators, is a very strong step forward, but could be strengthened. The proposal would require assessment areas and locations where a large bank has issued more than 50 small business loans, even if the bank does not have a branch in that area. This approach would help regulators better measure online lending activity and ensure communities of color are not redlined in these areas. So I believe capturing this kind of online lending will help modernize CRA, but to strengthen the proposed rule, regulators absolutely should also scrutinize any bank partnerships with fintechs and other non-bank lenders that are intended to evade state usury caps and charge customers high costs on affordable loans that leave consumers worse off. Such harmful partnerships should be discouraged and taken into account when grading banks under CRA. Moreover, one limitation of CRA is that it only applies to banks, and it does not cover most fintechs that are not. Today, the top mortgage lenders are independent mortgage companies and banks. In 2021, nearly 64% of mortgages were made by non-bank lenders. So Congress should consider updating CRA to ensure new kinds of financial institutions are covered as well.
You are so right, Congresswoman. We support all of those provisions that you've just laid out. AEO is one of the nation's leading advocates and change makers for micro businesses on Main Street, which is why we've done a lot of work in facilitating technology in our solutions. We know technology has empowered the growth and resiliency of Main Street America, and we have seen this vividly throughout the course of the COVID-19 pandemic for sure. However, not all entrepreneurs have equal access and knowledge needed to utilize technology and access those benefits. Can you speak to a few programs or initiatives that you are working on as chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services that works to actively reduce barriers for people of color seeking capital? And how do you think technology can really play a role here?
Well, thank you very much. A big question. Let me just say that I'm so very proud of the work that I and my members have done on what is known as CDFIs and MDIs. These are MDIs are minority banks for the most part, and CDFIs are organizations that are designed to help those who have not been able to get assistance from the major banks. These are smaller organizations that lend money to small businesses. They know more about the neighborhoods. They know more about the people who are running those CDFIs. They know that there is oftentimes a connection, a way by which the banker, the lender understands the community and how it works, et cetera. So the whole idea that the larger institutions did not really want to be bothered with small businesses. They don't think it's cost effective. So I'm very proud of the work that we have done on CDFIs and MDIs. As a matter of fact, if you can recall, when we were responding to the pandemic, we created the PPP program. The PPP program was designed to lend money to businesses to keep them from going out of business, to help them to maintain their personnel and their employees, because the pandemic caused not only small businesses to not have the kind of involvement, not being able to get the customers, not being able to have people spending money. And so we wanted to keep them alive and keep them working. And so CDFIs were funded and small businesses received the benefit of that funding from the CDFIs and the MDIs. Now, if you can recall, the big banks somehow took advantage of the PPP program in the beginning. What they did was created these portals where they took care of their concierge clients, and they ran out of money. But because I'm there and Nidia Velasquez is there, and we're looking out for small and minority businesses, we came up with additional money, and we got that money out to the community as quickly as we could. It was utilized by these small businesses, and it not only helped them to stay in business, it helped them to expand in some instances and get the technology that they needed in order to be more effective in the work that they were doing. And so I'm very proud of that work. I'm very proud of the fact that my committee has as its number one priority dealing with financial services, inclusion, diversity and inclusion. I created a subcommittee for the first time in the history of inclusion so that we began to close the gaps and to get rid of the basically elimination of or the lack of involvement with small and minority businesses. That's some of the work that we've been doing to deal with small and minority business.
Congresswoman, as you know, AEO has strong members who are part of the CDFI community. We owe you such a debt for making sure that CDFIs were included finally in that provision of the PPP, because so many of members of our community just don't have those banking relationships. And CDFIs and MDIs, as you noted, are on the ground working day to day with this community. So again, another reason that we just owe you so much for the work that you're doing and chairing that important committee. You know, AEO, speaking of our members, and our members are joining efforts with leading advocates for an equitable rollout of the state small business credit initiative. What, in your perspective, is needed at the state and local level to ensure that SSBCI funding is directed to the places it is needed the most, namely in communities of color?
Well, let me just say that I have not been happy with the way funds that come from the federal government and goes to the states and even to the locals and to the cities and the counties have been participated in by people of color and small businesses. They've been eliminated, and if I can shortcut it, basically, it has been taking care of the good old boys that have been in the system. And I'm still worried about the fact that we just passed a huge infrastructure bill. And just as you are identifying this new, not new, but this expanded state program, and just as we've passed the legislation for infrastructure, that money goes from the federal government to the states to the locals. And so I want to make sure that they have pre-bid conferences so that, people who are applying in those instances where there are going to be panels or individuals who are making decisions about whether or not, they are organized in ways that will meet the needs based on what the RFPs are, that they can basically take credible looks at whether or not, the need for collateral is involved. And that's another issue we have to deal with about the essence of collateral and whether or not it should be the basis for decisions in lending. If you had collaterals, you wouldn't need the loans. And so we need to take a look at these systems and really break them down and basically change the way that they have been utilized and that they have worked over the years in order to open them up for minorities. And so with the state loan that you're referring to, we've got to follow it. We're not just gonna put it in the states and let them do whatever they do with it. We're gonna follow it. We're gonna watch it. We're going to comment on it. We're going to do everything that we can to ensure that these opportunities are available to people of color and to small businesses.
Congresswoman, AEO and myself in particular, Hello again. Wow, I am delighted to have incredible board members, many of whom have been on the stage with us earlier throughout the day. And now we have another. Chris Sweet is joining me here. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Connie.
Thank you for joining us. Chris is not only a board member of AEO, he's also head of the JP Morgan Chase Institute.
Yes.
So it's a pleasure to have you here. So we're going to do things a little differently for the next 20 minutes or so. I know you guys have been sitting here and you've been quiet, and I know this is not a quiet audience. And so we're going to give you an opportunity to really talk back to us. It's live, the audience weighs in. So we want to give you an opportunity to kind of weigh in, tell us your perspective, share that. If I have lights in my eyes, so I can't quite see, but there are mics here in the floor, and I think if there's a staff person who can wave, there they go. You can see the mic standing there. I'm going to start a question and a little banter around that question between Chris and I. But as we are talking, we really hope that some of you will get to the mic, line up there, so that you can give us your perspective on this question. And I know some of you might ask other things that we didn't even ask you about. Share that too. It is your time for the audience to really speak out. So Chris, thanks again for partnering with me today.
Thank you.
I am, for the people who really know me, know that I love hosting dinner parties at my house in Chicago. Hey, Chicago, anybody out there? Chicago, yay. They know that I love hosting dinner parties at my home in Chicago, outside in the back, particularly during COVID, with friends. And where, as friends, we sit around and we think we're solving the world's most crucial problems. Recently, someone said, the times now call for philanthropy, not only to step up, but also to step out. Philanthropy needs to step up, not just to step out. What does that statement mean to you in the context, particularly as we talk about supporting, and particularly corporations, philanthropy, supporting the needs of future entrepreneurs?
Hi, Hi, first of all. Really good to see y'all. Thank you for the question. I'm still thinking about the fact that you're having these dinner parties in Chicago without me. Connie didn't mention that she lives down the street from my parents, and she never has invited me to.
But we just discovered that not too long ago. But next time, you're on the list.
Okay,
you're on the
so
list.
next time we'll make it happen. I mean, it's a really good question. Like, philanthropy has always been a big part of like supporting the entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? People who have started businesses often are very interested in finding ways to make a contribution through their own philanthropy, and corporations to do this as well. And I think a lot of us have seen over the last few years in particular that sometimes it's quite a bit of money that will show up. But it doesn't always look like that.
Yeah.
Right? We kind of have seen a big spike of interest in supporting certain kind of causes, particularly after George Floyd, just to put a fine point on it. But that's not really the typical thing. And as much money as that is, I don't think it can be all of the solution, and you have to think really hard about sort of like, well, what kind of things might we really support with philanthropy? I am not a grant maker. Like I'm grant maker adjacent. I work with a lot of people who do foundation work, but that's not what we do. The only way I can think about your question, about sort of stepping up and stepping out, is finding ways to like really find and like lift those up. Like that's one way that you can kind of like really lean in with like what like to me or to you might be a lot of money, but as compared to like what a government or sort of other entity could do isn't quite so much. But really like find those new innovative things and be like, this is something that might work. We're gonna try to support something that maybe somebody else isn't willing to do with a loan or something where it's definitely got to pay back in a certain kind of way. So I really feel like when I see philanthropy focusing on the innovation in particular, which I know was really important to AEO, for instance, that's a way to take, you know, what could be a small amount of money, make it a bigger amount of money, but really focus it on something. And then if it works, get out of the way, right? And really let that kind of thrive in the entrepreneurial marketplace as opposed to just working in the philanthropy work marketplace.
So you may have just earned your way into a dinner invitation. Right. You know, I think when my friends and I were talking about this, one of the things that some of us said, but the step out is like step into leadership. You know, these businesses and the businesses we work with need other kinds of support. They need, you know, talk about the president using their bully pulpit. Corporations have those bully pulpits too. And so corporate philanthropy stepping out could mean much more aggressively speaking out on behalf of support, greater support to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I see we have 2 people already. Why don't we go to the left of the mic? And again, because of lights, I can't see who you are, so please go ahead.
Hi, Connie. Lynn Cutler.
Hey, Lynn.
How are you? First of all, thank you and your entire team and the board for your leadership and what you've done over the years that you've been there. I have a question about corporate philanthropy and how they can really invest in support the ecosystem. So there was a lot of money that came out a couple of years ago, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of pledges. So where are we today and what do you envision for the future?
You want to take this first?
Sure. It's a good question. Look, I don't know that I could speak for, I certainly couldn't speak for all of, well, I don't know. We see some of this on the inbound in terms of like being on the board and seeing what's coming in the AEO. And that's a lens on it. And I think it's true, right? Like that a lot of commitments were made. And we saw, you know, money flow in, right? And so that was helpful. I think there's a lot of energy now around, in some sense, like tracking down your question, like against the commitments that were made, like what actually went out the door. And then hopefully at some point we'll be able to understand like what was the impact sort of above and beyond sort of like did the money actually sort of go to what people said it was going to go to? So I mean, in the short term, that's where I think the arc is. But then in the long run, I'm not a grant maker. Like I'm a nearby observer. But I think it's gonna depend a lot on what's happening in the rest of the world, right? Like there are moments that focus people's attention, and we see it We saw it around George Floyd, but we see it around disasters. Like philanthropy, like that's one of the things that makes it a really good tool for certain kinds of things, drawing attention, really kind of getting behind those innovations. But when you depend on it as the main lifeline for kind of supporting ongoing, like it's really hard because of the way that it's so buffeted around by other things happening in the world. So that's at least my sense of it.
You know, when Dan Schulman was here this morning, he was talking about they measured, I mean, first let's be clear, they put all 535 million out. It is out the door. And they're in the process of measuring some of that as we speak. But I think, you know, part of what I think I heard him say is it's also required for, again, it's stepping out where corporations need to call each other out for this. Having us as advocates, the only one talking about it or saying you need to step out more or you need to continue this kind of support to the ecosystem, it's not going to work by itself. We need those corporate philanthropic partners who are meeting their commitments to actually call the others out, call them into the process, and help them be able to inspire, influence their corporate partners to come on and do the same thing. So that's one answer. The second one, I think, is necessary, that we have to work with those corporations who put those commitments out to turn them into ongoing programmatic systemic frameworks, not make it be a one-time shot, right? It's like the sponsors, again, these 26 sponsors that AEO has. Trust me, this is not going to be the first and only time you saw them. It's turning the work that you do now into an ongoing, programmatic, systemic way of supporting entrepreneurship. And so that's what we have to do. We have to chase down the ones who actually are honoring their commitments, get them to look at ways to turn those one-time kind of commitments into ongoing giving and support, and then bring the others along with them. Thanks, Lynn. I hope that helped.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Tony V. Martin. I'm the founder of Systems to Success. I'm based in Atlanta, and I am a Salesforce partner. So I have my own company. I don't work for Salesforce. I'm my own company, and I'm a Salesforce partner. And in 2020, I received a $250,000 contract to initiate a small business accelerator program in conjunction with the NMSDC. And so, one, that program is open, so if anybody's interested, come and talk to me. But my takeaway for today, and then piggybacking with what you're saying, Connie, is that I didn't realize like people are doing this work because I'm boots on the ground. I'm working with the participants in my program. I'm focused on helping these people achieve a digital transformation, but I'm not thinking about the broader context of the work that I'm doing, which is DEI, inclusion work, you know, private, public, you know, all of that. Okay. So being here today has shown me that there's a community of people that are doing this work, and I'm not by myself, and I didn't know that until today, and hearing everybody has got my wheels turning, and the connections are amazing. So I just have to say, in terms of that step out part with the philanthropy, it's now about advocacy, it's about thought leadership, it's about think tanks, it's about the research and the studies that I haven't even thought about until now, and kind of hearing the work that everybody's doing. So I just want to say thank you all for putting this together, the team, and kind of expanding my view of the work that I'm doing.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. It's great to hear about your program and your work in Atlanta. It's so much needed. Thank you. All right, anything else? Do we have somebody else? Okay, I'm sorry. Again, in the light here. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bianca Jackson, and I am the founder of a social enterprise called Brick Rose Exchange. And so at Brick Rose, we help small businesses understand the possibilities of Web3 technology and metaverse technology. Well, we've been doing a lot of great work since Facebook Exchange is named the Meta, right? So along the way, we've helped about 350 different small businesses learn about this space. And one of the things that, specific to this particular panel, is that we've gotten corporate sponsorship from American getting more visibility around the work that we're doing in the community, and I want to go specifically after corporate philanthropy. Do you have any suggestions on how to do that?
Well, finding corporate leaders who will open doors for you and introduce you to people. It's just a matter of, understanding who's in your community, finding out what drives them, what their goals and objectives are, and helping them to understand how your work really aligns with them. All you need is one champion. Maybe it's getting someone on your board. Oftentimes that cultivation has to start in different places. As I indicated, you've seen a number of people from our board members, from PayPal to Chase to Fifth Third Bank, who I see is in line to speak. I mean, just a lot of different people, Wells Fargo, of course. Finding folks who will maybe come to your board first and get engaged before actually asking them for money might be a strategy. I know that's one of the ways that we've been able to get inside corporations is getting someone who may not even be at the top of the pile, right? Who gets engaged with your organization, gets to know them. Then you have an internal champion who can then bring others on who actually write the checks and do some of the other work that you're looking for them to do. Hopefully that's helpful.
It was, thank you.
Can I just add that I've never met a person as good as this, as Connie. She's really, I think anybody, she's really amazing. So you should really take her advice to heart. And I think that point about understanding the goals and the strategy, it would not have occurred to me if, again, I wasn't sort of philanthropy, oh, if this is interesting, maybe we'll put some money there to this is what we're trying to do. If you line up with that, let's have a conversation. And if you don't, it's really hard for us to find a way to work with you. That's just not a question it would have occurred to me to ask 15 years ago, maybe. But now I think I see that across a lot of particularly larger firms that have kind of a more developed corporate philanthropy. So kind of thinking to ask the question about what is the right firm for me to target for what it is that I'm trying to do, and what you're trying to do sounds really cool. So that sounds great.
To this side.
My name's Caroline Creedy, and I'm interested in corporate giving, but I'm wondering if you've seen an expansion of corporate giving to align with that of political giving, given that we're struggling with democracy, women's health and safety. It's hard to be a small business in a space that's unstable, and so I'm wondering if there's an alignment of values, between corporate giving that supports small business and corporate giving to politicians that also support voting rights, small business, women's rights, human rights, etc.
You want to answer? I don't know that. I can't say that I can answer that. I know less about corporate giving to politicians and kind of the government relations side of the house of a corporation than I do on the other side of social development and capital access and those issues. My world that I exist in on my personal side that gets involved in the other issues that you raise, I see more from individual givers. And so I really don't, I probably can't speak to the corporate side of that. Because again, as Chris just said, it's figuring out where you align inside the corporation. That's coming usually probably out of government affairs or government relations, which is not where we go to get our funds.
Right.
So it's it's figuring out what department in any corporation aligns with your work, and that's not an area that aligns with us. Sorry.
I mean, the only thing I could maybe add, no surprise to anybody sitting here in DC, right? Every year it has just gotten to be a more partisan political environment. And so, I think whatever your alignment might be, right, I think it's pretty clear that has become more of an issue and sort of more salient over the last certainly 5, 8, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Every year sort of a little bit more and a little bit more. I think that has made it challenging for particularly large national firms to figure out how to navigate that. When you read the paper, you sort of see how there's been ebb and flow, even in the last 4 years, right? About sort of what is the right brings along too much. Like, how do corporations want to get involved in sort of the political? Like, there's many people that want them to do it, and then there's many people who don't want them to do it. And I think that's a real challenge that they face. And I don't know how that's going to pan out, but I can only say that it seems like it's getting more and more challenging.
Wow, time is going fast.
It
Look at
is.
here. Please, next question.
Hi, my name is Sharon. Thank you for organizing this wonderful summit. I had a question from the lens of impact investing and lending from private corporations, specifically those that are supposed to be non-philanthropic. My question is around whether you have thoughts or advice on how we can best convince stakeholders who are more risk averse or think through the lens of profit driving initiatives to take a chance on these underserved communities, especially for those who are typically not thinking through the lens of racial equity or financial inclusion, and who are typically more, backbook data driven.
Yeah, I love that question, because I think it's all about the need to redefine risk. We in our own industry need to redefine risk. So people outside of our industry definitely need to understand and redefine risk. A lot of the groups I think you may be thinking about might see Main Street small businesses that are in this room as high risk, but they'll invest in something they never heard of that is some big high-tech thing that's not going to pay off for 20 years. Nobody can read the business plan and understand the business model, but they can't understand the shop on the corner, that business model. That's not risky, right? And so I think we need to educate folks on what is and what is not high risk. And so you're not going to win over everyone based on the racial equity lens or that kind of theory. So again, it's understanding what people's objectives are. If their objectives really are making and minimizing their risk, you can't do better than a local small business that is already demonstrating that they have a local market, they have an audience. And so I think it just needs more people. The first woman from Atlanta, first businesswoman who spoke from Atlanta, talked about, she got boots on the ground. She's on the ground. That's low risk. That's the kind of people we need to convince folks is the lowest risk and the best risk in terms of maximizing their value and their investment. And so I think we have a lot of education to still do. Hi.
Hi. My name is Ia Shakoya Caraday, affectionately known as Coach Ia. I am the CEO and founder of the Athletic Arts Academy, located in Orange, New Jersey. It is a 10,500 square foot gymnastics training facility, licensed child care center, and I am also a aspiring real estate developer looking to build affordable home ownership. So here's my take on, as I process everything that is going on today, and then we are trying to enlighten ourselves and envision a future where we have economic sustainability, strength, etc. I consider myself not really a part of Main Street, but a part of Martin Luther King Boulevard. Every urban city has one. When I walk around, and what I'm dealing with in my B2C world is that there is a gap in technology in regards to how we're dropping laptops in children's laps, but their parents, who are my customers, cannot operate their cell phones. So as a business owner, seek to incorporate all of the newest technology and the apps, and I'm moving into the meta, and I'm doing all of these things, and I cannot get my Spanish-speaking customer to click the button to change my website into Spanish. I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna do it with a smile on my face, but that is money I'm losing having to do that. So the gap is that while we're trying to invest a lot of money in a very far away future, there is a very urgent with the working adult who needs to be engaged in what is going to happen to them right now economically. They were the ones who are the immediate survivor of the pandemic. They are the ones who missed out on the PPP. They are the ones who are shopping in these mostly urban areas where the brick and mortar customers like myself do not own real estate, and therefore we got pennies from PPP, and the people who own property got millions.
I need you to get to the corporate philanthropy piece, if there is one.
Sorry.
I am being told that I have got to end this.
I don't know. I thought it was an open.
It is, but
that's okay.
But please come.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they are rushing me here.
No problem. Into the philanthropy piece. You know, what can I say? The money is I don't know. It's elusive to people like me. And I feel like philanthropy is something that we need to instill within us. That we need to figure out how we can get people to buy into Meta for us, or to digital currency as they would a lottery ticket.
You know, I agree with you. I think one of the things that's beautiful about philanthropy is philanthropy, people talk about it as the 3 T's, right? It's, you can give your talent, you can give your time as a volunteer, and you can give your treasure. Write that check. And so in either of those 3 ways, we need to do more in terms of closing the digital divide. I agree with you. I am so sorry. They have told me 50 million times we have got to get off the stage. Thank you. I look forward to doing this longer and hearing more from you.
As we come to our conclusion, it's important for us to recenter and focus on the reason why we engage in this work. In our final segment, titled Entrepreneurship, Keeping the Main Thing, we'll tackle complex issues by getting back to the basics of what Main Street needs. We'll also explore one of the fastest growing segments of Main Street, Black women entrepreneurs. There is much that we can learn from the gains and the struggles of this community, and the potential economic impact is huge. Today we'll explore these questions and more. What's working in the ecosystem and what needs to change? What roles do gender and ethnicity play in access to social capital? How are Black women shifting the future outlook of Main Street? At the end of this segment, think on how your organization can make a direct, tangible impact on Main Street. After greetings from Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver, please welcome Kim Folsom, founder, chairperson, and CEO of Founders First, as she lays the groundwork for this vital conversation.
My Chase business consultant helped me see my bigger picture, helping me to understand where I want this business to be in the future.
My Chase business consultant is actually my coach. My dream is his dream. I value that more than anything else.
As part of our firm-wide $30 billion racial equity commitment, Chase for Business is hiring senior business consultants in 20 cities to provide minority business owners with one-on-one advice and mentorship to help their businesses thrive. We are showcasing the small businesses our consultants are helping.
Since I've been working with my consultant, it's like from 0 to 100.
My business consultant helped me to better our finances so that we can be a healthy business all the way around.
People trust us because of who we are and the relationships we build. We're already seeing success with the program. This program is just one more way Chase for Business is working to support minority-owned businesses and one more step towards advancing racial equity.
Good afternoon. Come on, ladies, we're at the home stretch. Good afternoon. All right, well, I'm Kim Folsom. I have one announcement before I share my thoughts and we start off this segment. The congressman that was scheduled to participate in this segment, unfortunately, will not be joining us, so just wanted to give you that heads up. First, let me thank Connie Evans and the AEO supporters and sponsors for allowing me to join you. Before I start to share my story, I'd like to first congratulate all of you women out here today that are making it happen. Give yourself a huge, huge round of applause. And I also want to congratulate Connie and AEO on all of the great work that they're doing. So I'm honored to serve as the keynote for this section and to amplify the work of building this ecosystem for a more inclusive economy. So for those of you meeting me for the first time, I'm Kim Folsom. I'm the founder, chair, and CEO of Founders First Capital Partners. We are the largest provider of funding for diverse-led mainstream businesses and the only national Black and woman-led revenue-based platform. Founders First is my 7th venture. My life has been an incredible journey from mentee to mentor. I know many of you talked about some of the issues. I've been there, some of them too. I've been through 6 accelerators, launched 7 ventures, 4 rounds of angel or Series A funding, and have successfully exited 3 businesses. But today I'm here to share with you about the dichotomy between dreams and reality. I started as a big daydreamer. And we all have, the dreams and hopes of where we want to achieve with regards to goals. But for right now, I want to share a few unanticipated realities that we might face as we pursue these dreams, especially as we're getting to go into a recession. Because in life, you learn to persist and push through. As adults, parents, and busy professionals, many of you have come across the same, challenges and ideals, but you have gone through and persisted and pushed through. You've juggled your families, your personal issues, and work to transform your businesses to where you want to be. And I know the road to getting here has not been easy. You've had obstacles, but you've also had breakthroughs. At least that was my entrepreneurial journey. Like many small businesses in the audience, my entrepreneurial dreams were delayed by my own personal choices. I got married early, I had children, but I did this some because it was expected by my family. So I share with you a little bit about my journey. My first capital source were my parents. My dad was a proud Navy career engineer and officer, and my mom was the person who got it done. And he expected, me to be successful, to become an engineer, to support my husband and raise good kids. And let me tell you, I did all what was expected, but I wanted to achieve more than that. Like thousands of young engineers in the 80s, I had dreams of wanting to be the next Bill Gates. I wanted to found a big company like, I wanted to found a big company like Microsoft. So I started my career developing what was the big technology in today, which was ATM systems. And I thought that, going to work for one of the largest ones, I'd be able to lead that company someday. Not the case. So after earning my degree as a software engineer and taking on many significant projects, I went to pursue running the company and said, hey, how can I advance my career so I can run this company someday? And, eventually came to the realization that that wasn't a path for me. So, I, as an engineer, had, many of my male colleagues that I went to undergrad with start getting promoted and said, what do I need to do to be able to have the same opportunity that they had? And I was told by my leaders that you're doing fine where you are. And it didn't take me long to realize that there was a bigger social economic problem that was preventing very few women in leadership, much less, a woman of color or a black woman in this. And believe it or not, this was before ESG, DEI, before affirmative action was a thing. Hell, it was before Oprah. So at the time, I didn't quite understand why company leadership positions were so elusive for me. I was jumping around from company to company to pursue a leadership opportunity and told no every time. So after 8 years of going through this experience, I realized I had to persist and push through and build and lead a company of my own. And I know all of you understand what that's like. Because sometimes to persist and push through means you've got to push yourself right out the door. And I first realized that, I need to learn what running a business was like, so I went to graduate school. But like many times we do this, we don't wait just to finish something. I started my business at the same time. I was in graduate school, raising my son and working my day job, because that's just how we do things. And this was at the time during the crazy .com bubble. But I launched my first business and thought, piece of cake, right? No. The company was called Seminar Source. It was a Netflix-like video-on-demand company that was an e-learning platform that certified continuing education for medical physicians. Couldn't go to a doctor who wasn't continually educated. So like most startup entrepreneurs, I needed funding to grow my business, to hire people. But unlike many of my MBA classmates, I didn't have a wealthy family and benefactors to write my first check. So my source of capital was like so many of us other black women, it was my 401k. And I used that money and a loan pledged against my property to launch my first business. And because that's what I needed to be able to get things going. But nevertheless, I persisted and pushed through, and I did more. I actually ended up being able to pause on raising capital, and I didn't end up raising additional capital until we were profitable, well over $1 million, and at that point in time, it was at that point that I sought out to raise outside capital. I eventually raised my first Series A, which ended up being a $20 million raise. And that company, Seminar Source, it was my first company, and I eventually sold it, and I sold it to a publicly traded company. By the way, it took me 10 years to get that first funding, that first $20 million. And I, going through that while having to, learn running the business at the same time. So for some of you in the audience that are going through your first journey raising capital, you probably did it faster to me and first time. So after I had the success with Seminar Source, I thought, okay, I had this journey, maybe I'll get hired to be that, CEO of some big tech company. And I was excited about my future. I started talking to, other tech company owners and venture capitalists, given that successful exit, because I was gonna, take on that role. And I realized that that wasn't gonna happen. I ended up, the reality set in that if I was going to lead a company as a CEO, the only way that was going to happen was if I started another company. So I ended up going on and starting 5 additional companies. Because, sometimes the only way you're going to get the job you want is you got to make that job. So that experience, allowed me to eventually meet my big role model, Oprah. And when I had a chance to meet her, I was telling her about the experience of constantly being underestimated, and told that, you can't and you won't. And she shared with me something that has stayed in my mind, for all these years that I want to pass on to you in my best Oprah Winfrey voice. nothing is wasted. That means that everything that happens to you is meant to make you who you are. It's meant to make you, help you to achieve that success. And this is very true. So, I went on and used my 6 years of, growing and launching companies I launched over 25 years to launch the company that I have today, Founders First, to be a social justice impact investment platform that provides diverse-led businesses with confidence, funding, mentorship that I never had as a founder. Like my first company, we were profitable before investment, and that's the companies that I invest in with Founders First. Our goal is to help these revenue-generating, growing businesses to be the next major mid-market companies, to be leaders in their communities. And so within Founders First, our innovative capital model, we've helped over 500 companies that have gone through our platform. And some of the results that we have achieved has been helping grow over 500 new full-time jobs. We've been able to help over 450 existing jobs stay retained. And over 70% of the companies that we've worked with have grown their revenues on an annual basis of 25% year over year. And our companies are consistently listed on the Inc. 5000. This is an example of one of the companies that just was nominated this year. So where people will talk about, elevating our businesses, this is what we do. And I do this from a standpoint not based on some corporate objective. It's from my own lived journey. Throughout my life, I realized that many of us face realities that make it harder and harder to achieve our dreams. It's my goal to break down this destructive economy. Race, gender, sexual orientations, the things we're born with, the things that make us who we are, should not dictate our ability to achieve our dreams. I refuse to let this continue. I'm fueled by my passion to start Founders First, which I shared with you is the largest provider of growth capital for diverse-led mainstream businesses, and the only Black and women-led platform with $150 million in committed capital. Now let me tell you, that $150 million was not easy to come through. I thought the same people who funded my tech companies would also be interested in funding the diverse-led businesses and Founders First, but I quickly learned that they were not. Like my other companies, I had to bootstrap Founders First. I started it with $15,000 some 7 years ago. It was hard for me to understand why more investors were not embracing funding diverse-led businesses. 30 years into my entrepreneurial journey, there are still startling realities for us minority-owned businesses. According to research, today I'm quoting Crunchbase, Black, Latinx, and women-led ventures receive less than 2% of venture capital. And last year, a record-breaking $330 billion in venture capital was invested in companies. These are stark realities that illustrate the challenges that us women and Black women face as far as getting the capital we need to grow our businesses. But we must persist and push forward to build a more inclusive economy. When we include and uplift us as part of this story, we build a better economy and a better society for all. I share with you other fellow business owners in the audience to join me in this power to persist and push through. So the next time you're up against your next challenge, and there's going to be more challenges, you need to remember what I'm sharing with you today and celebrate that to get here, you persisted and pushed through. And know that if somebody tells you you can't, No, you can persist and push through. When you're feeling defeated, persist and push through. If you're tired, persist and push through. No, you can and you will be successful if you just do what? One more time for me, please. I can't hear you. With that, congrats to Connie and the AEO team and the audience today for allowing me to share my story with you. And remember that if you persist and push through the roadblocks and barriers that'll be coming your way, everything that you've learned, everything that you've experienced, everything you've gone through is all part of the journey to make you the success that you're due in the future. And you remember that, you will not fail. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? Good, 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 good. I know you all have had a jam-packed day talking about all the components of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial ecosystem, CDFIs, and hearing from Connie Evans, who has been leading AEO for years and is a force in and of herself. I'm happy to be here to moderate a very important conversation on Black women entrepreneurs. My name is Natalie Madeira-Cofield. I'm the Assistant Administrator at the U.S. Small Business Administration, where I have the honor of leading the Office of Women's Business Ownership. And in that capacity, managing the expansion of our Women's Business Center network to more than 146 centers across the country, and making sure that every state in the United States of America, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia have a place for women entrepreneurs to seek counsel, advice, and engagement. And so with that being said, and also being the first Black woman to hold this particular position. Thank you, thank you, thank you. During a time when Black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurial demographic in the country, I couldn't be more excited than to share the stage and have a fireside chat with the two women we have up here today. Chris Christian, who is the founder and CEO of Chicago Free Press. Give it up for Chris Christian. And Nicole Kober, who is the founder of the Bow Collective. Thank you both for joining us. So first, let's just get started. We'll go first with you, Chris. Share a little bit about your experiences as an entrepreneur, what your business is doing today, things of that nature, and then also we'll follow with you, Nicole.
Yes, I've been in business for 12 years, so it's been a long journey. I've had 3 different businesses. We met about 5 years ago when I had Made Magazine, and now Chicago French Press, where we are deliver freshly roasted coffee and hand-blended loose-leaf tea all around the country. We have a brick and mortar in Chicago and expanding very quickly. So I'm super excited about the journey and how we can build as we rise.
Wonderful. And Nicole?
Yes, so I am a serial entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for over 20 years, but just this February, I gave birth with 50 to 60 amazing Black women-owned businesses. The Bow Collective stands for Black Owner and Women's Collective. And what we have decided to do is take competition off the table. And we said that instead of going alone after the supplier diversity dollars or going alone and applying for loans, why didn't we collectively come together and use our strength and empower each other to do that. Now, some of my sisters, I want to give you a shout out. They are in the audience. These are, let me let you know, these are $1 million. These women, these Black women have each had successful businesses that exceed 1 million in gross annual sales. And let me tell you that according to the statistics, only 0.5% of all businesses do that. So we want to see what they're doing well. We want to look across our industries. We have 10 different industries represented. And so instead of having developers going after one contract or IT companies going by themselves, we're saying, hey, Microsoft, which we did, you're looking for Black women business. You can't find us? Well, look for the green, baby. Look for the green, because we are coming together, and we also have the bandwidth to do it, right? We're doing it alone. So not only are we doing $1 million plus businesses, but what does that mean? That means we have gross annual sales of gross years in business, 10 years or more. We have more than 10 employees. And so we take lack of capacity off the table, and we're super excited to do it together.
Wonderful. So Nicole, I'll pivot back to you. So this kind of segment is entrepreneurship, keeping the main thing the main thing. And both of you have talked about your previous experiences as serial entrepreneurs and founders of various types of organizations. Share a little bit about some of the experiences that you had, again, through the entrepreneurial journey, knowing when to pivot, knowing when you were being successful in business, and what essentially led you to found the Bow Collective.
So keeping the main thing is capital, right? My first business was actually a series of day spas and hair salons, and I did that in Washington, D.C. And I was a SBA baby. I had a 504 loan. I was able to purchase property through the SBA. I got a 7A loan to get startup capital. And so I've had great success, but I know that that was not the story for a lot of women. And fast forward 10 years after that, when the recession hit, everything went away. So rebuilding, I really feel it so deeply as we have a lot of our Black businesses that were not able to survive COVID. I'm here to say that you can always regenerate, but regenerating together, sharing resources, that's a fundamental need that the collective has, is that we're not doing it alone. We're bringing banking relationships. If you have a successful banking relationship, you are required, as my sister, let's refer it. If you have a great corporate relationship, it's your duty to refer it. And so we're building our own ecosystem, and we're bringing allies along. And I think that that's one of the lessons that I did learn from my first business, is that while there are resources out there to sustain you, you need more, and you need each other.
Wonderful. Chris?
Yes, I think that, my journey is a little bit different than the average. In COVID, I started off as an e-commerce business pre-COVID, and within COVID, after George Floyd, I saw a shift in business. So many opportunities opened up from my brick and mortar store being available. That was something that quickly happened I wasn't prepared for. And all of the success that have happened, all of the accelerators and the grant opportunities, they're coming at these times, which is extremely exciting. But now we're still in the pandemic, but post-pandemic, it is about the sustainability of those opportunities and continuing the energy that we felt last summer. And so that's where I am right now, is in the partnerships that have been forged with various big, large organizations. It's about how to do business better, understanding the truths and the disparities that exist with Black business owners like myself. How do we make it make sense for us? How do we manage the money that's coming? How do we work together as from a peer-to-peer mentorship perspective? I've always reached back along the way, and I think that, with women in business, it feels kind of like when opportunities are presented that it's like American Idol, we get this one chance for the opportunity to win, and it feels good in the moment, but it's really about the American dream, and it's about us collectively, as you're saying, reaching back as we are rising together, because if we don't do it, who is going to do it? It's not going to be the corporations. Mentorship really, to me, is about being in the trenches and understanding at the ground level how to do business more effectively together.
So, we've talked about the fact that nearly 41% of Black businesses essentially closed during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also know that Black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurial demographic and roughly represent nearly 60% of Black-owned businesses are started and run by Black women. With those kind of statistics, what would you both say are one or two of the biggest challenges that are still prevalent and remain rampant for Black women as it relates to starting and or scaling a small business?
I really think that there's this underlying stereotype that I feel, and I'm not sure if you all feel, but every day it feels like Black women are seen as incapable and incapable of doing business well like our counterparts. And I think that this is a time where we should really reframe the idea that Black businesses, especially Black women, we're in business because we're in demand. And this is not an exchange of, a pity party or a charitable effort. Numbers don't lie. McKinsey has reported 45% of consumers, and I'm talking about product folks-based businesses, are looking and desiring to purchase diverse products. So if we don't shift this idea that we're a charity work, and this is a grant that, we're creating because of the times are demanding to see us. And so how are we responding to that in a way that feels like the value is being exchanged and not a one-sided type of situation? That's the biggest challenge for me right now.
Okay.
That's good. I like that, the perception. I would say, again, the biggest challenge is social capital, and it kind of ties to what you're saying. Natalie, you and I have both been able to go across the country and be in really great rooms, but I have found that sometimes they are either all Black, all white, and with the Bow Collective, the goal is bringing resources to this group, not away from. So there are so many things. Being here in this room, the challenge sometimes with all entrepreneurs is, how do I get away from my business to work on it? How do I know what resources are out there? And so that's why I really believe that an organization like the Bow Collective, where our mission is to share information. So if we're here, we're taking notes and we're giving it back to the 50 instead of isolating it, right? So you can't be everywhere at one time, but when you are working together, and instead of me seeing you as competition, seeing you as, if you win, I'm winning, and we have more, that is huge. I also want to talk about the fact that looking at the success of businesses like the ones that are in the collective, we are in our communities. And a lot of these are the last untapped resources. I heard that earlier today. Because of racism, we're not going in, major companies this is the last vestige. They have not gone in. My husband and I own a real estate company. Going into Black communities, there's tons of resources and tons of money to be made for the community, bringing them resources, retail, affordable, moderately priced homes, but also for outside investment opportunities. But you can only do that when you are doing things collectively and where one is not extracting all of the resources out of a community, but going into one. And I think that we got to do that together.
Let me ask a bit of a controversial question, even kind of in the capacity that I play in SBA. We're building our women's business centers. Do you think that there is an undue burden on women to collaborate that men do not have to have? I mean, I feel like, I hear a lot of requirement of what we need to do jointly and what we need to do together. And I know when we have these conversations with men don't talk like that so much.
I disagree. I think there's a old boys network.
Okay.
There's an old boys network. Okay. They do it all the time. They just don't invite you, right? They don't invite us.
Yeah, no.
That's a great question. No, but I think I like that. I think that I'm sorry, but I feel like they do it all the time. We don't do it as much.
Okay.
We look and say that there is a finite and lack
of lack mentality instead of an abundance mentality. And when we start collaborating, there is more that we're going to get instead of you have a position, you have my position, and so it's you or me. No, but I think that they see opportunity and they don't question it. We question, can I really trust her? You know, my credibility is going to be on the line. If I give you my contact, people are funny with money, you're going to mess up my good thing. You have to get over that, because while we're fighting over the 0.05%, there's 99 point something out there to be had.
Absolutely. Okay. So it's clear Nicole is very passionate about this.
I'm very
Chris,
passionate.
I want to make sure you have a chance to also answer this
No,
as well.
I totally agree, but I think that, what's wrong with collaborating? Why wouldn't we want to? And I think it does go back down to systemic racism and the idea that have been put into our minds around scarcity and that there's not enough. And maybe right now in the marketplace, there isn't enough grant funds for everybody. So seeing that reinforced, I think that moves forward that mentality, but it does take a shifting and a rewiring that says there is a bigger pot that's out there that we can create. You talked about funds in the back room. We don't have to go outside all the time. African American women are the #1 consumer or the decision maker in their household. So we have the power collectively to change the trajectory of our wealth generation together.
Wonderful. So I mentioned it was a controversial question. I wanted to get feedback. It was not a yes or no question. It was a what is your opinion on this question? And I actually asked it because a lot of times I get asked, why is there an Office of Women's Business Ownership? And my response is, in 1988, we still had legislation that required for women to have a male co-signer for access to capital. And so I feel as passionate about why there is the Office of Women's Business Ownership as you all are hearing, this passion about collaboration and engagement with women, but certainly wanted to give you both an opportunity to share that on your own accord. All right. So with that being said, let's segue into a couple of other questions. So because this is a conversation about Black women, this is a conversation about entrepreneurship, which I think we all believe is the greatest form of self-actualization and one of the greatest wealth transfer mechanisms that we have in our community. And then thinking about estate planning, as we were kind of talking about in the back room. And what does that mean? So we have both women who have been married, women who have been divorced, and then we also have the statistic that nearly half of Black women do not have the ability to get married for whatever the reasons are. They don't have partners. And so that in and of itself reduces the amount of disposable income that a woman would have access to begin the process of starting her business, or to be able to have someone at home to lean on in those moments where the initial startup of your business may be difficult. Talk to us a little bit about that, estate planning, being single or married, being divorced during this process, and how that may impact entrepreneurship.
Good question.
In a unique way for women.
I think that, when you talk about building from the ground up in a space that disparities innately are there just because we were born from a gender perspective and a race perspective, it is extremely hard. And I think that, I am married and I see having the support of a partner, even if it's not funds, having someone to take care of my child right now. Having the ability to do multiple things is something that, I think is needed, in the Black community, but is not required. At the end of the day, getting married, that's a decision, a one-on-one decision that there's a lot of things that are great about being married and other reasons that people may not have to be married, and that is their choice. So I think that it's being able to recognize, one, your decisions, how they impact you and what that looks like in your future, and being able to tap into the resources that we do have. And it sounds redundant, but it is finding networks like the Bow Collective, finding networks, sororities and fraternities, things that really allow us to grow together and have that support through a family system.
Nicole?
I would agree. I just as a personal note, I've been an entrepreneur during several relationship
phases: single, divorced, and married. Badly married, I go the whole spectrum. Goodly married, is my husband here? I don't know if he's, but very goodly married, but very poorly married. But support for entrepreneurship is critical. Financial resources, and again, this is not self-serving, but when you have a business sisterhood, that is agnostic to your marital status. That we are working day to day on trusting each other, like, know, and trusting. They'll tell you I say that all the time, because we as Black people, trust is almost a bad word, right? And we have been burned. So what I am trying to shift that narrative, that even outside of your home, that you have family. You have family that care about your well-being, your financial well-being, your legacy as a woman. You mentioned that we are also looking at starting our own fund. So after we like, know, and trust, we're going after the money. We're going after the money for our businesses, but we are going after investment opportunities, right? Because we do want to pass on more. We are thinking mogul mindset. We're not just thinking about the one business we have, because if we all have successful businesses and we're creating a pot to reinvest, now we have multiple streams of revenue that, again, is outside of the home, but is still within the community, and we're really proud of that.
So what I hear is another kind of, between both of you, response to the question of the burden of sisterhood, so to say, is that actually these collaboratives, these collectives, these organizations, this sisterhood, this collaboration, actually steps into the gap that I just mentioned in terms of partnership or a non-dual income households, things of that nature. So I asked the first question. I had a reason why I was doing this. And asked the second question. I want to just hone in on one or two things related to estate planning. My father passed, unfortunately and unexpectedly, in April of this year. And one of the things that has been so important during this time, and it really gave me a flash of my own mortality in what am I doing to ensure that I have all of the proper protections, estate protections, insurance, life insurance, and other forms of additional wealth transfer that are necessary to continue his legacy and my legacy through his legacy. And so I just want to encourage everyone to make sure your portfolio is where it needs to be, that your documentation is where it needs to be, whether it be a divorce, whether it be a marriage, or whether it be a death. These are hard questions that need to have answers to them. And when you don't have an answer, or you don't have the ability to properly communicate, it creates a lot of unnecessary economic loss.
Natalie, can I tag on that for two reasons? You're 1,000% correct. I have Amy Griffin in the audience. Can you stand? Estate planner. She has a 10-person female Black law firm, estate planning. Simone Shepard, financial advisor, both sisters, shameless plug, but they both helped me. In 2020, while everyone was dealing with COVID, I was dealing with COVID and stage 4 breast cancer. And even though the collective did not formally exist, I had these two women help overnight put my will together, a living trust, drop of the dime, Nicole, I got you. Simone, I met her only 6 months prior, and she literally saved my life and made me insurable. Before I was diagnosed, 6 months, I had a clean bill of health and got A1 life insurance. She got me 2 life insurance policies in December. I was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer in February. I am now currently uninsured. Got a great wig. I'm fully recovered, but I am telling you that the sisterhood is real. It is powerful. We show up for each other. And we show up for each other in professional capacities as well as personal. And I think that is a big mission for us to say that
we don't just have to meet at church. We don't just have to meet at our kids' soccer practices. Let's meet at at work. Let's work on each other's and refer, do the referral and know where they are because they were there when I needed them.
So that is a great kind of place for us. I see that we have our overtime signs. I want to thank our panelists and this important fireside chat. I know some of this was maybe different than what you expected. I think many of us in the entrepreneurial space, we know maybe some of the 1s and 2s and 3s, but we don't know the other side of that, right? Or at least we want to feel a commonality and a sense of sisterhood, and I feel seen in any challenges that we may be experiencing along our respective entrepreneurial journey. I want to close with one 20-second answer. Where do folks go, or where would you recommend for folks to go to seek additional insights or gain wisdom or access to any other resources? I'm going to go first and say SBA.gov. And we'll go to Chris, and then we'll close with you, Nicole.
I have to say AEOworks.org.
Absolutely. And if you are a Black woman in business, if you're looking to do business with a Black woman, visit our website at thebocollective.org. We will be launching chapters at the end of this year, and we plan to go nationwide.
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
How you doing? Has this been a great symposium? Thank you all for being with us. I hope you got a chance to meet and see our AEO team. I don't know where you are. If you're back there, thank you so much for AEO doing all of this work every single day. Thanks, my team. I hope you're all joining us tonight to celebrate and party. We're going to take this break. There will be shuttles out there. And to get more information, I want to bring out the mastermind of all of AEO events, Corey Briscoe. Come on out here.
So, did you guys enjoy it? Awesome. So, you ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, let's start. I just want to give quick instructions. You know that we are starting at 7 p.m., the gala. Don't eat. I promise there's a ton of food. Don't eat. Those that have been to Detroit, you know how we do. We want to get you quickly to the shuttles. Again, we know you want to talk. Come in your best. Shuttles will be running from the JW Marriott to the museum, back and forth all night. We have 8 of them. I promise you don't have to walk. But again, we want you to come here at 7 p.m. It's critical that you bring your credentials. It is critical that you bring your credentials. It is critical that you...
What do you have to bring?
Thank you, because you will be denied at the door. Okay, so, and the reason I tell you that is we have the entire museum to ourselves. And I know. And a lot of you have sent me text messages and said, you know, Corey, can we tour between 5 and 7? The answer is no. We have 2 hours to turn around the entire museum, and we need you to go get glammed up. And then you will come back and you'll enjoy. For all of our live stream viewers, we want to acknowledge the 5,500 people that are watching us.
Thank you guys for staying with us.
Thanks for being with us on all of our channels. We are so excited. Visit www.aeoworks.org, and we will see you all at 7 p.m. Please quickly get up and take yourself out to the shuttles, and we'll see you all later.
See you there.